Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to make the required adjustments to suit the moment. Immediately after lunch, you know, there's an old theory, and probably reflecting on cricket parlance would guide me much better when a fast bowler eats too much food prior during the lunch period. Most of the time, not only that he becomes slow, but his judgment becomes flawed. He gorges himself into a state of stupidity. I don't know, sir, if this effort was made deliberately to make sure I had to face a pushback from this morning. I was hoping to speak very early from this morning, and I had to do everything that I can to keep the spirit up for the moment. Sir, what I can assure you is that this subject matter, to me, is the most important subject matter universally in the history of humanity. That is it for me. Other people will trivialize this debate. Some people will romanticize it. Others would hide behind the curtain and mimic and give the impressions that they're committed to this struggle. Black Lives Matter. I don't trivialize this matter. If there's anything in my life that I will live for, is for the pride and the upliftment of my race. I am a Garveyite. I am not going to reduce this debate to any mundane things about the economy, because the economy is also underpinned by a poisonous prejudice that there's a specific type of people on the face of the earth that born with special entrepreneurial qualities endowed by the Creator. So in other words, these people were born to combine the factors of production, and they know it better than any one of us. We are the laboring class, the consumers. And this whole capitalist system has been set up on that and has been practiced without being questioned at any specific time by many people who believe that they know what is the correct direction for Barbados. And most of the time, the people who are steeped in the discipline avoid the main issue that keeps us in a state of ignorance. In other words, nobody is concerned about economic enfranchisement for the people of Barbados, the black people, of course. All of them rush to the University of the West Indies, come back and beg for a job as a clerk. And little white boys and white girls in this country head to Lodge and Carson College, can't read or write, never passed an exam yet, but they're rewarded with being the managers and directors of the businesses across Barbados. It's the same now as it was yesterday. And some of us accepted it, and still accepted it today. So they strip us of our persona as human beings. And they did it for a purpose. They put monuments up, and they did it for a purpose, and they must come down. That is my position. They must come down. And this is not a storm in a teacup. This is not a storm in any teacup. So don't believe that it will easily pass over. It cannot pass over, because the youth of Barbados is on the march as well. They're not on the march because of any political party. Children of professional black men in Barbados and women are on the march. I saw them. I interact with them. I was in that institution, that learning institution, called a march and a demonstration on 2 occasions. And we saw little black boys, Asiatic boys, European boys, calling for a new humanity. We have no intention of continuing to believe that people who teach us that we were not Christianized and there came to save heathens from the continent of Africa. We're not going to go along with that. Even as a psychological scare, we will purge our minds of those things. I know, sir, when you speak like this in Barbados, you become an endangered species. People don't want you. People don't want you to talk this way. What is a rustic like him doing in the halls, on the halls or the precincts of an assembly like this one? It does not belong to you. The very people that we put out of here in 1951 are the very people who are critical of these black skins in here, expressing the truism of all that they have done to us. They prefer to see black skins but white masses. They prefer that. They want people to run neutral in all of these institutions across Barbados. You know, I don't want to be critical about anything that government say, because they will say that man, Trevor Prescott, always talking a lot of foolishness. I listened last week and I was talking to a young man, everybody talking about bonds. None of these people never heard of bonds, whether they're primary school or secondary school, you know. The closest thing to a bond they ever hear about is when a fellow go before the court and they give a bond. Youngsters cannot understand. In other words, there's a lack of education in the system that allow us to perpetuate the level of ignorance that we enjoy every day. And until we put that right, we will experience all that we experiencing. So some of us will be able to get our bellies full, nice clothing, massive houses, good cars, good education and everything. But the people of what we call the working class, and I want to put that one, in my view, I heard the leader of the opposition saying that in Barbados classism, it is important. And it is one of the fundamental public issues that need to be addressed. It is. But most of the time, that classism derives from the racism itself. And how racist structure the divide and rule principles of the society itself. So you get a whole stratification, different layers of different social groups in the system itself. So you get some of them calling themselves brown skin, light skin, mulattoes, all kind of things, all black people that calling themselves a million different titles on the face of the earth. That is what we have. And each one will have unique values because they believe that they are better than the other. And this petty bourgeois type that run around Barbados dominating all the institutions of this country, from the judiciary, the legislature, from the financial institutions and everything, that always look down on working class people. The poison has destroyed us a lot, because sometimes when working class people begin to make any form of social mobility in the system, they want to tell you who you are. Nobody can't wait. I don't wait to tell me. And I said to you all before, I am Ruby Black Boy from House Crossroad in the Ivy. I grew up there. I know I live side a rum shop. My father had one and my mother had one. And I know how they treat to us. This debate must not be trivialized. It is no storm in a teacup. I am not going to allow it to be trivialized as long as I have breath in my body. I'm talking like Nelson now. When Nelson tried to ill-treat Wilberforce. And you all want to preserve him. I am not joining no band, in no party, or no friendship to support Horatio Nelson standing at the top of Broad Street as any national hero. Impossible. I can't speak of Buster, who fought for the liberation of black people, emancipation for all people. How can I explain Buster as a national hero? I also respect Horatio Nelson in National Hero Square. One fought for freedom, and one fought against freedom for black people. Explain that contradiction, sir. Explain it. That is what the young people, almost spontaneously, led by a Garveyite, some people will call him a simpleton, just like they call Garvey, just like they compare Garvey with Du Bois in the early 20th century, 100 years ago. Du Bois was intellectually superior, but what is intellectual? Du Bois felt that we could not make any mobility unless we were part of it. The talented 10th, unless we had something in our veins that is a manifestation of the European influence. So he too, while talking about black consciousness, he was also tarnished with this belief that we could not do it if we were exclusively of African origin. But he certainly was not of African orientation. But I don't want to burn the house down by stripping Du Bois. I respect him, and I consider him to be part of a Pan-Africanist family. So I am not going to cut his throat at this time. But he was very anti-Garveyite for the first of the 20th century. He could not understand how Garvey got thousands and millions of people running behind him. And he running the NAACP could not understand. NAACP, same thing, right? Same thing. Don't be so program or mechanical, right? He running the NAACP, right? He could not understand how Garvey, who was running the UNIA, could attract so many people around him. But the issue was trust. The issue was trust, who they trust more. He was attracting a body of bourgeoisie who did not want to go too far. I see it in Barbados in religion as well. One group going here, one group in African tradition, say we are an Orisha group in. One group go a little close to the border, but not at the border. Say we are Baptist. And I want to compliment the Baptists, because the only, apart from the leader of the opposition who was there with the people, and I also had my colleagues, the Honourable Member, Mr. Kurt Humphrey, Minister of Maritime Affairs, and I had also South Central by my side in the march. All the people come first. And although we were not sure if all our colleagues would be fully supportive, I did notify the Prime Minister. She did not show any objection. And we went there. And I want to thank them. I want to thank Reverend Adley for being there as well. And I wish more of us would have been there. And I hope that in the future, as they move on, we might send a message, because this fight is not a parochial fight. This fight is about race first. When you tell people that race first, they call you a racist. And all these bright people can't make a distinction between what race first means and what racism is. That is the danger in the educational system. Because other people don't have to talk about race first. They are first in their mind. They know that they are first. They develop ideologies to prove that they're first. Now you, sir, all of us, the offspring of heathens according to them, children of the cursed Ham, the Hamites, all of us, we are painted with a black pigmentation so that wherever we go symbolically, you know, we are unworthy of ascendancy. We beat them everywhere in the schools. We survive as vendors when they put obstacles in our way. We still survive. The system at the level of the government cannot continue to accommodate that kind of behavior. People try to rationalize an ideology to justify wrong over right. That black people are inferior. They believe that they have a divine right to certain special privileges in this country. Why it is that DLP government, BLP government, NDP aspirants, PET, all of these institutions that are at the center of power cannot openly denounce the presence of a statue, an inanimate thing, or even compare inanimate thing with something that is animate. It is craziness for a man to tell me that he sees no problem with a statue at the top of the commercial pocket. You think that the people who put it there think in the same way? You put Nelson at the top of the commercial pocket in the major and central street in Bridgetown. And then you put the neutral building at the bottom. So you walk down and you see that. You walk up and you see Nelson. You don't understand what it means? Huh? You don't have to read a textbook. There are a million textbooks tell you what it means. But the principle, or what is not even principle, of dominance of a specific social type, a race, whether you're talking about it biologically or sociologically, they understand the psychology of the importance of every little boy and girl walking up Bay Street asking, Mommy, what is that? And Mommy can't even explain what it is that she's looking at, because she never read a history book that would tell her how wicked Nelson was. This is a wicked man. All of us in here that's sitting down at present, if Nelson had his way, you couldn't even walk about good. They would still be in the backwoods surviving in the Western world. And to talk about coming in the House Assembly, it would have never happened. Black people should be ashamed that they're here. Not to understand how wicked this man was. Don't let me read for you, because you can't read too good. Go and read and see what he said to Wilberforce. Go and see how the man behaved. And he did not only speak to Wilberforce, it was a common advocacy of Nelson. He constantly, over that period of time, opposed any form of freedom. But how you can rejoice about freedom but want to support Nelson? What? Tell me what it means to you if Nelson go on the wharf, if you go to the corner of Nelson Street, if you put it in the middle of the cane ground in St. Thomas, what it means to you. Why you don't argue for Busser or Clement Payne or Israel Lovell or Marcus Garvey? Because if I start to talk to you about that, You would tell me, man, I tell you, no Garvey, called Garvey, and he come from Barbados. You know, but you got Nelson. This is the warped thinking. You want Nelson, you know enough about the Samuel, but Force are talking about. You know about a whole set of British characters, but you can't see the value, the symbolic value of Marcus Garvey. He's a strange place, you know. Huh? Because something about if you give Usain Bolt a running track at the university. But these people in Barbados got a big statue of Frank Worrell in Jamaica. Something wrong. Something wrong, sir. I strongly believe that this is the hour, this is the moment. And that is why I keep saying to you, there will be no turning back. What has happened to George Floyd and how it resonated across the globe, probably spiritualists might be able to explain better than anyone else here what he means. Because this is a common practice among these people. Lynching people, stripping you on the wheel, tearing one leg off by sending a horse to the left or one to the right, putting people in syrup and putting ants all around them, breaking the backs on the wheel, killing people and not being charged for murder because you have no persona. We fought these people over and over again just to be respected as human beings. And when we talk and tell the truth, they then set, I want to use the word dogs, they set agents on you. And the agents look like us. Agents look like us. They don't even do it themselves. They never even did it from the plantation themselves because the man, you see him, overseer. The overseer was so cruel to the ordinary people, farm workers. They complain all the time. Overseer cruel. He walks around with a bull pistol and beat black women in the field as he likes because he want to prove his loyalty to his master. So not only the master was cruel, I understand that in relation to class differentiations. I understand that in relation to class differentiations. But you can't let them off the hook. Because we also have a domestic issue. We belong to one common house. No divide on stupidity. Because the Americans made it very clear who is black and who is white. So the honorable member from Christchurch West with a light complexion, you can't talk to me and make me believe that he is not as black as I am. He is a black man. Southeast is a black woman. You, sir, is a black man. So I don't get fooled about mestizo and mulatto and all that. Black people, when they hit the United States of America, kicks butts and about to put his knee in your neck and look calm. I'm a white murderer. Look calm and casual in murdering a man by putting a knee in his neck. And you want me to believe this is an academic debate? Huh? You could be so insensitive that you can't understand why black people in Barbados must pay attention to what is happening in the United States of America. You saw it. This is a modern time. It was though the man was 2 or 3 inches off of me, and I saw the man could not do anything. And the man called him for his mommy. Called him for him. Ease off, man. Call him and say, ease off. Murder the man. You can't understand that? And then you got Confederation statues all about the world. You can't understand why they pull it down. They pull down Marx. They pull down Marx, too, on the basis of a political ideology. There's a humanitarian cause superior to any political ideology. This is a humanitarian cause, sir. We witness all forms of discrimination, inequality, and things in this country. These people continue to perpetuate special privileges, even in land distribution in this country. I found myself in battle in recent times. And I hear some people that I was shocked that they could not understand the action that was taken, legal or no legal. You think that the people in South Africa could have allowed a apartheid system sanctioned by law to survive? Black people on their own continent could not survive on their own continent because a few white men, Boers and English, got together and passed laws that even if you want to go into the city of Johannesburg or the Waterland, wherever you want to go, you have to get there past the work and get back home in the pens that they had for black people living up there. Before 6 o'clock. And any time the police hold you without a pass, it was jail. So you want to tell me that Mandela did nothing, Steve Biko did nothing, Winnie Mandela did nothing? You want to debate on whether he was stronger that if she was stronger than him, or who was more revolutionary, wasting time, you're ready to burn the house down. We have these problems. You want to debate whether Martin Luther King was more effective than Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad and Kwame Nkrumah? Do you understand? You want to know the FAO, IMF, but you don't even know nothing about the African Union. We don't know the African Union. Everybody got all these acronyms about what this thing means. They got people know that got a special alphabet on these things. You know who inspired Nkrumah? You know what Marcus Garvey meant to Nkrumah? To Jomo Kenyatta? You understand the battles in Guinea-Bissau by Amilcar Cabral? You understand what these wicked people did to King Jaja and demean the man's personality and his legacy by making them look like a clown, just living opposite Ilar Court? Nobody even look at the building and say this is a historic building, but you look at George Washington House. And you went looking around for about 16 different buildings, and you end up saying this one's the right one. One at the corner of Beckers Road, I think, by the gas station, they had that George Washington for a number of years, and people got there taking pictures, got the wrong house. And you know where King Jaja lives. And you fool yourself so much. Yes, that the woman had a big botsy. And King Jaja used to come out every morning. I will let back alone because he watched the rhythm of the two jars. Right? That's what these people want you to believe about yourself. They went into Opobo and did the same thing. They forced Jaja into captivity only because the man said you would not have access to the land, or you would not have access to the main plank in the economy, which was the palm oil. And they said no. And like most black people, when they get an invitation to these houses, they go eat up and drink up. So you get invited for the ship. And the next thing you know, you're doing St. Vincent and in Barbados. You think these people easy? After Henri Christophe did the same thing in 1791, a country that was the first successful liberated black country in the Western Hemisphere. If I on a ship, that's why I was a little cautious, sir. Just know that when you break, I had to go to lunch. I could not understand if this was tactical. I thought that I had a feeling I did not eat much, sir. I had about two forks of with sweet potato. I decided, no boy, if the psychologist is correct, I will not gorge myself with the foolish, any form of stupidity at all. And I thought that I would find it difficult. And my friend, I won't tell you all what we had to do. My friend Adrian told me that a little medicine is important. Medic, my pharmacist. Sir, look. These people went into Bridgetown. These people went into Bridgetown. I can tell you about a man called, I think his name is Milton King too. And I want to praise the Barbados Labour Party then for what he did. King in 1951 was a black seaman on board a ship. Went into the city, was beaten up by white racists in South Africa. And the grandfather of our Prime Minister, Sir Grantley Adams, as well. These two went in the forefront of the attack or the counter-attack to what was happening in South Africa. They murdered the man, beat him up. The police took him into custody and murdered him. And Barbados took action. My view is when we see things like this happening across the world, we can't be so soft and retreat on these issues. I am not interested in all poets in here. If I want to read poetry, I read Martin Carter. I'm interested in the poetry. I'm in the powder puff presentations. I don't waste my time in here. I talk on the behalf of the youth that I saw marching on the streets. That march and that gathering was like a university. There was no ageism in the grouping. We had Marshall there, Trevor Marshall. You had textbooks showing you all the evidence on Nelson. Irrefutable. No assumptions. Look here. Well-respected authors. Some of the books you never see in a school in Barbados. And I feel passionate about that because I saw it, I read it. I did not even know that Nelson went here until Trevor showed me that. I have videotapes on my phone from as far back as the 1980s with a Pan-Africanist called Leroy. No. He used to teach at Lodge, John. Yeah, but calling for the removal of Nelson. I can show you Maxwell, the former Speaker of the House, calling, he wrote a text, a small text. Most of you probably never saw the book yet. I was searching all morning for this book, couldn't find it. He asked for the removal of Nelson as well. Throughout the 1930s with the UNIA, one of the major items on the agenda was the removal of Nelson. There can't be any sane human being in the 20th century, in the 21st century, 2020, that can tell you they don't understand this just cause. This Barbados Labour Party indicated that it was going to do that. A filibuster. This Barbados Labour Party also said that we were going into a Republican form of government and filibustered, talking about a referendum as well. This new dispensation must correct those wrongs. We have to. We also put reparation on the agenda. We put reparation on the agenda. We went to Chile, we went to South Africa. The present Prime Minister was part and parcel of that team and shared ideas on how we should attack the racists. And I was told, and it was reported to me, that the biggest culprits in the South African meeting was the Americans. These people that took us to fight a war in 1776 for independence and kept us in slavery after the war. Black people went to war in order for them to own more land. 13 seaboard states, and they won the whole land mass. And then they also had the expansion theory that influenced them to go beyond. And what? Still was in slavery. So even when the British say go in 1834, not because of any humanitarian conscience, but because sugar was declining. They had already started to make preparations for the Industrial Revolution. They were shifting the economy. They set up land all across Barbados. All across Barbados, sold out land. Carrington Village. They sold out Carnegie Ivy. In 1889, they were selling all that land, subdividing it. Not because they love us, but because they were, every time we make a move in commerce, they undermine the move. They undermine the move. When we went off and they forced us in the early 20th century, 100 years today, this year, 1920. When we come back and send money back here from the Panama Canal, where the silver men, they call us silver men, you know. Huh? Black people were silver men. You were paid accordingly. But I had the most work to do. Between 40 and 60,000 black men left the women in Barbados and broke up the black family. Left women and children. Went off the Panama Canal. And less than half of that population survived and returned. You know when we pass the money back here, the remittances that they call it, that's a pretty word. We send back the money so that we can have some economic grounding in the society itself. They put restrictions on the friendly societies. Now you know what friendly societies are all about. We were just talking about a national friendly society called the SUSU, called the Meeting Turn. Overnight, they put restrictions on it. They did not allow us to buy more than an acre land. The ones who bought a whole plantation, they never even pass on any title deeds for the plantation. They stole it from them again. You have an abundance of information. We cannot miss this moment, sir. They have done it to us over and over again. You can't even get them to say, I am sorry. These people are so determined to stick to a faith. I call it a faith. It is more powerful than any church. It is a faith that these Caucasians are embedded in their psyche. Tricking you all the time, keep you in ignorance. I gone to deal with some land. A man doing as he like. Don't respect a prime minister. If the prime minister like that, that is all right. Not me. If I put you there and you reach the level of being a prime minister, no little nincompoop, excuse me, sir, can't disrespect you. If the prime minister say that it can't be done, it can't be done. And tell them that I know more than they think that I know too. I push down the coconut trees. And I want the support from nobody here. I push down the trees. If the government feel like taking up $30,000 belonging to taxpayers they give him, how comes they got people that you take up the land every cent, they can't get a cent, all of a sudden these trees worth $30,000. How you can get it? Well, if he could get it, why you don't pay the rest of people, including my mother-in-law, that piece got off? They use it. Can't work. You're dealing with a Miss Ram situation. How he can get $30,000 because he put trees for the land that belong to the state. And where all the black people is going and enjoy a little recreation. He telling me that he has the right to land from the shores of Barbados, carrying out to Castries, St. Lucia, because he has a right to some common law principle called accretion, that none of the lawyers could explain it. You can't explain it. You will never be able to explain it to the world. But a special rights, you got all this parliament every sense, and you got a statutory body that, you got a body that can make a decision that this is not right. The lands on the beaches must belong to the state. If you want to invest here, understand those lands belong to the state.
Honourable, you know it's normally got a total wind up.
Yes, sir.
I just got to tell you helicopter.
All right, sir. Don't drop
I
me
know
too,
I know it might still be in COVID-19 and the helicopters can't come in, but
right.
be
Sir,
careful.
Sir, I gonna do a smooth.
No, I just thought it was just forewarn you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, the matter on the beach lands would not be dormant either. Would not be dormant either. This is my view. And I know the view is right. And when I know the view is right, nobody can stop me from going that way, even if I'm the last man standing. I have put this here to the young people. I have put this to the young people. I have had discussions. I don't want the mighty Gabby to sing. We said, Jack going on, huh? You can separate the land from you, but we separate you from the land. Right? So and I've had discussions. I have had discussions with a number of people. That's the position. I would like to know if a government can have a top-down approach where individuals who have been miseducated in the universities that they went in, who don't understand that the educational system needs to be not reformed, revolutionized. Not reform what? Revolutionized. Tell me what I said to you today that you see in any history book in Barbados. Not that the books are not there. Tell me any interpretations. Because any historian still has to be philosophical. He still has to interpret the material facts that he found. So when they tell us about emancipation and apprenticeship and all these things, but still down in Africa in 1884, subdividing the lands in Africa and cutting up the whole of the landscape and giving peace to France, peace to Portugal, peace to Britain, cut up Germany, all these people down in Africa. So it is about a race issue. Not what you get in 166 square miles. Because they play the game all the time. If you bring the Yorkshire here now, and they tell you that they must have something, and you don't give us all right then, can't get the sink it. You don't understand what's happening, sir?
I remember, start to wind down.
Okay, sir. Sir, there's a Willie Lynch theory that is hanging over our heads. And Willie Lynch theory is underpinned by simple lines: divide the black man and continue to rule. But a man who believes that he is middle class because he's put a little cream on his face to take out the bumps, or get a regular haircut and wear a suit and a bow tie. But a man who they believe is 6'6", side of a man that is 2'3", and try to make him believe he's a different human being. Or a man who lives in a shallow house, side of another man that got 6 stories, and nobody would question that. Just like the white man, very much like the white man, who was the man who was hunting down every little boy that thieved in a corned beef. That's how this society running. Men going to prison for foolishness in Barbados. And only this morning I hear that a little signal of redemption has occurred.
I remember.
Sir? I want to thank
Honourable
you.
member.
I want to thank you, sir, for finishing the preamble, but hopefully at a later date, a debate as central as this one is, that you would allow me to continue. And since I probably left a lot of areas looking very grey, I would like to bring some clarity to the things that I have said today. I just want to urge the government to listen to the voice of the youth. Listen to the voice of the senior persons that are relatively progressive. Not people who just enjoy these mundane things in life, living sweet off the pockets of the masses of people and have no commitment to transforming society itself. Thank you very much, sir.
Honourable member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The last speaker, the Honourable member for St. Michael East, spoke about a man 6'6", standing next to a man 3'2", and I'm not sure if he was referring to him and myself, but I'm going to try not to be distracted by that analogy that was made. I think this is too serious a debate to go there, but I want to support I am supporting this resolution that is listed at number 4 on the order paper today. There are a lot of words in the resolution, 4 paragraphs, but I think it speaks to a critically important matter. And I want, as I begin to give the context within which I will approach this debate. I subscribe to the view, Mr. Speaker, that in Scripture there is a call to speak on behalf of those who are not being heard. In Scripture, there is repeated the matter of looking out for, looking after, and giving voice to people like widows, people like orphans, people like the poor. There is a common call for those who know better, those who have moral character, those who are ethical, to speak on behalf of those who are oppressed. I'm not preaching the sermon, but I will say that Jesus himself referred to a passage in Isaiah when he said that he was sent to deliver captives and to deal with those who were bound. It is in that context within which I speak. I also speak within the context of human beings understood by me to have been created in the image of God. All human beings. And so when I speak on behalf of black people, I see black people like myself as being created like every other human being in the image of God. There's also something else that I want to mention in terms of the context. Because sometimes people of faith are a little bit scared to get involved in some of these conversations. The Bible speaks about us being the light of the world and being salt. You know, Mr. Speaker, it is easy to be light because you can stay from a distance and project that illumination. But the God I serve calls on me not just to be light, but to be salt. And for salt to impact, it has to get in there and interact closely with that which it intends to impact. And that is the reason, Mr. Speaker, why I join this debate today. Because I have an imperative placed upon me to get in close with issues like these and say what I think right-thinking people ought to be saying in relation to matters like these. I also enter this debate, Mr. Speaker, as the minister who has been entrusted with the responsibility for creating and maintaining the Social Justice Committee. Now, it is in its embryonic stages, but I need to remind this honorable chamber that this committee speaks to issues that affect people. It speaks to issues of equity. It speaks to issues of equality, for example, before the law. It speaks to the matter of giving voice, not to the voiceless, but to those who others refuse to hear, who others refuse to listen to and to give an ear to. It also speaks to the matter of availability versus access. Oftentimes in societies, sometimes including our own society, there is the view that once something is available, then why are you keeping noise? The thing is there, you can get it if you want. There is a significant difference between availability and accessibility. So that in Barbados for a long time, education was available. But for the vast majority of people, beyond, my grandfather used to talk about first standard and second standard, beyond those grades, it was not accessible. My father told me, my late father, why he could not go to the school he wanted to go to, because his father was a joiner, and he just did not have the money to pay the fees. Education was available, but it was not accessible. Those are issues of social justice. And that, Mr. Speaker, is the context within which I enter this debate. There has been much injustice in this world over millennia. We go back to, do you remember for Michael East talks about BC and AD, sometimes in light-hearted ways. But from BC way back, there's been injustice. Even in today's world, there is injustice. But Mr. Speaker, there has been no injustice in this world that has equated to the injustice meted out on the African people. There has been no injustice that has so systematically sought to dehumanize as the enslavement of African people. That has had, Mr. Speaker, the worst of impacts and the longest standing impacts of all the inhumanity that has been meted out to any group or any race in the history of this world. There has been much injustice where many people have died in all kinds of conflicts, in all kinds of genocides, but none has had the ongoing, long-standing impact because the enslavement of African people had at its root the dehumanizing of the African, the systematic changing of the outlook of a human being to be something other than a human being. And so, Mr. Speaker, when you hear me in this honorable chamber say to you that I dislike the use of the word labor, even though it falls in my ministerial title, it is because I am of the view that the construction of the economic substructure, as Karl Marx called it, that construction saw people who work hard in factories and in other kinds of businesses saw them as factors of production, so that not just what they did was a factor of production, but the person became, in my view, a factor of production. And when I look around Barbados and when I look around the world, I am convinced that that view is correct based on how some workers are treated. People are seen as factors of production. In other words, less than human beings. That is a matter that we must continue to speak to, and it is a matter that falls to our generation to do something significant about. The enslavement of African people saw Africans seen as property, things that can be traded, things that have no conscience, no frontal lobe, treated as chattel. Slavery, Mr. Speaker, attempted, and I say attempted when I was thinking about what I would say, I was actually going to say that slavery degraded and dehumanized. But an African can never be degraded, and an African can never be dehumanized. But the transatlantic slave trade sought to dehumanize the African, my ancestors, sought to degrade my ancestors. It did not succeed, but it succeeded in damaging our people. It succeeded in damaging how we see ourselves. It succeeded in damaging our family structures. And the Honourable Member for St. Michael East spoke to the migration to Panama. But even before that, the use of men, strong men, as sperm donors, sperm banks, that all they were good for was to impregnate black women, to create more slaves, to support a heinous system, was part of the destruction of the African family unit. So that now we live in a world where the family unit, and I hear this in Barbados pretty often, the family unit of other races are held up as what the good family unit should be, without people who do that taking into account that the African family unit was just as good, but was systematically destroyed in this matter of the transatlantic slave trade. A deliberate attempt to destroy people, their self-concept, but also to destroy that unit which works to reproduce and make stronger and better the race from generation to generation. Racism, Mr. Speaker, builds on that matter that founded the idea of slavery. Because racism, as the foundation of slavery, has at its core a warped understanding that one race is inferior to another. It has at its core the view that African people are inferior to other people. And you know, that we could almost say that that is at best. At best, it sees an inferiority, superiority construct. At worst, it sees African people as less than human. And that is the essence of racism. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, from the time I was a young boy, hearing conversations and discussions about racism and race relations in Barbados, I've always held the view that there is no such thing in Barbados as reverse racism. It is not something we hear about now, but it used to be a hot topic in my house. But it wasn't my house. It was my father's house. But the matter of, the only way, Mr. Speaker, I could accept that there is reverse racism, the only way I could accept that there's reverse racism is if I accept that white people or Indian people or Oriental people or some other people group are lesser than black people. Because that is the essence of racism. The view that one race is superior to another. Not the view that one race wants to be recognized as a race of people. That is not racism. Racism has at its core the view that one race is inferior to another. And so if I ever get to the point where I believe in reverse racism, it means that I believe that the other races are lesser than the African race, than the black race. Today, Mr. Speaker, and I don't mean just today, Tuesday, but today, at this time, I believe that we've come to a pivotal place in our history. We've come to a pivotal place. Mr. Speaker, we have come to the place where we have to say we are duty bound, we are bound by our own morality and ethics to say that enough is enough. We have come to that place. Racism, Mr. Speaker, must be debunked as a theory, and it must be dismantled. The idea and all of its manifestations, we have come to the point where racism has to be debunked, where racism has to be dismantled as a construct. And I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that today, silence becomes complicity. And the people of St. Peter have said to me, I cannot be complicit, and so I will not be silent on this matter. Racism from the 1400s, 1500s, even when it existed before, but the racism that was the foundation of the enslavement of African people is still very pervasive. Still very pervasive. The racism, slavery may not exist, but the racism is pervasive. It is also systemic. And my dad always told me, and you always hear me refer to my father because he is my hero. He always said to me, and these were quotes he picked up from all kinds of different places, there is none so blind as he who will not see. There is none so blind as he who will not see. And so I speak to those who want to see. I'm not speaking to those who necessarily want to agree with me, but I'm speaking to those who are honest enough with themselves to want to see. And those who want to see, as they look around, will recognize that racism is present, it is pervasive, and it is systemic. And just because it is not put on the table in front of everybody all the time, just because people don't talk about it all the time, does not mean that it does not exist. It exists. Mr. Speaker, earlier I spoke about the damage. I said that this slavery did not degrade or dehumanize. It attempted to, but it did do some damage. And there are a couple of things in my experience, and I try always to speak out of my experience. There are a few things in my experience that have stayed with me. And there's one that I speak to very often. It has never left me since I was at primary school. And I've never been able to come to grips with the fact that at primary school, when we were asked to draw people, and I may have shared this with you before, but when we were asked to draw people, when we got to drawing females, both us boys and the girls would draw circle, this one stroke down, the two legs, the two arms. And then, Mr. Speaker, on the head, we would go to the middle of the head and we will draw a line around the head, down the side, and a nice curl at the bottom. And I've never understood, because I never went to school with anybody who looked like that at primary school. And I never understood why, when we were asked to draw people, we drew people who did not look like us. Mr. Speaker, I am not a psychologist, but I'm of the view that this matter of reducing people from human to something less than human may have got into the psyche of some of us, so that when we were drawing human beings, we drew images that did not reflect who we were, because maybe we did not understand that we were human beings as well. I've grown up and I've heard of good hair and bad hair. I've heard about nice hair. I've heard about nice skin. I've heard a number of things that have told me over the years there is a problem. And those who will see will, in an effort to fix the problem, have to go to the root of the problem. Otherwise, you're just fixing the peripheral things. In order to fix the problem, we have to go to the root of that problem. And if we go to the root of that problem, we see that pervasive systemic racism at work and at play in our society even today. And I heard the Prime Minister speak, I think at a social partnership meeting not too long ago, 2 Mondays ago, about people coming into a room, and I'm still talking about experiences that I've had that have made me pause and think and reflect and understand what lies at the root. She spoke to the matter of people coming into a room and immediately gravitating to the back of the room. Because we have been taught, Mr. Speaker, that we are not good enough. You know, sometimes you hear people talk about not having a front seat face. We've been taught that we are not front seat people. I use these examples only to say to this honorable chamber, Mr. Speaker, that we have a challenge, and we have a challenge that we need to confront, and to confront honestly and openly. It has to be dealt with, and I am saying today, Mr. Speaker, that we have come to that point. We have come to the point where we must deal with these matters. There's been mistreatment, and it happens at schools. I went to a school where in one corner of the quadrangle, we used to call it South Africa. We used to call it South Africa. There's been, and there continues to be, sometimes differences in treatment based on what a person looks like, based on ethnicity, based on race. There's been treatment. It is not, I just want to maybe give a disclaimer. It is not stuck in my craw. But I remember we used to get to geography first period after lunch. Late almost every time there was geography. And I remember a group of us being sent to the principal. I also remember very clearly that those of us who were black, it seemed to me, came very close to getting a flogging. And one lady, one of our group, who was white. So the young gentleman about to get flogged, and the lady is being treated a little bit differently. These are the things, Mr. Speaker, that have been part of my own experience, that informs my own view. So when I speak to a resolution that has in paragraph C, or subclause C, Black Lives Matter, and when some may say that that term was coined in the United States, I am saying that in my own experience, having only ever lived in Barbados in terms of any significant period of time, I am saying that the racism that informs the mistreatment that causes people to rise up and say Black Lives Matter, I have seen in this country in which I live, this country that is my own. I've seen in my own life in business, white business people treated differently from black business people. These stories abound, especially in the banking sector, because there is this presupposition that one race is not as good as another in carrying on a business. And I'm saying to you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm saying to this chamber, that view, consciously or subconsciously, finds its root, finds its location in that pervasive systemic racism that we must confront, that we must exorcise from our society, from our reality. Marcus Garvey made a statement, and this is not a bootstrap statement. I say this within the context of saying to those who look like me that we do not have to be kowtowed and made to feel inferior based on the misguided, silly, stupid, racist perceptions of others. Marcus Garvey said once, "Up, you mighty race, you can accomplish what you will." A reaffirmation of the humanity of black people, a reaffirmation of the endless possibilities that are ours. But, Mr. Speaker, they can be ours if we destroy those shackles, those hindrances that will stop us from being able to reach the heights that are to be ours. We must eradicate racism. We must, beyond racism, we must eradicate all forms of discrimination. And we must also ensure that our systems of education, systems of social welfare, systems of justice, we must ensure that our systems do not imbibe consciously or unconsciously these ideas that are really racist in their orientation. I want to say something very specific about St. Peter. I spoke about Garvey earlier. There were, in the 1920s, Mr. Speaker, there were 6 chapters of the United Negro Improvement Association in Barbados. 6 chapters. I want to say to this Honourable Chamber, including the Honourable Member for St. Michael East, that 4 of those chapters were in the north of the island. 4 of those 6 chapters, Honourable Member for St. Lucie, were in the north of this island. St. Peter was the locus for the Garvey movement. One of my predecessors, J.T.C. Ramsey, who represented St. Peter in this Honourable Chamber in the 40s, he was a Garveyite influenced by the UNIA and the teachings of Garvey in the 1920s and the 1930s. In order for a people to understand the possibilities, I think it is important for those people, that people, to celebrate its heroes. That people we have to celebrate our heroes. And so, Mr. Speaker, coming out of that understanding in the 1920s that would have seen the center of Garveyism in Barbados located in the north, when St. Peter speaks about the achievements of black people and the struggle of black people, we go back to 1675. And in just a couple of months ago, in February, recognizing before Black Lives Matter became a movement, at least the movement that it is now, in February, we were celebrating the struggle of black people to break the shackles of racism and chattel slavery. And so in our celebration, we had a lecture called From Coffee to Owen Arthur. Because we recognize that we have to assert ourselves. We have to shake off the shackles of slavery. We have to do everything that we can to break those bonds, break the bands, and dismantle this racist thinking that still pervades our society. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we on the 28th of that same month, February, honored one who sat in the place where you now sit and renamed the Spitesong Bypass Road after KNR husbands, so that that road is now known as the KNR Husbands Highway in honor of the first black person to be the Speaker of this House of Assembly. And I said on that afternoon, and will say here again, that step cannot be underestimated. In 1948, when KNR husbands sat in the Speaker's chair, you could bet your bottom dollar, and your dollars may go pretty far, but when you get to your bottom dollar, you could bet your bottom dollar that those who did not look like Doc husbands would have made comments like, well, he only got to dirty up the chair. Look what the Speaker chair come to. Look what we come to in Barbados. That is the kind of era within which he lived. And that is why we in St. Peter do not underestimate the fact that a man who lived and represented our constituency, our parish at the time, was able to become the first Speaker. And that is why we celebrate him. Because we are saying to ourselves, but we are also saying to those who would be the perpetuators of the racism that still exists in this country, that we are going to celebrate our own. We will celebrate our own. in the struggle of workers in this country, which is the struggle of black people, because the vast majority of workers in this country have always been black people, people of African descent. In that struggle, even 100 years from now, that struggle will not be spoken about without the recognition of the now Right Excellent Sir Frank Leslie Walker, another product of St. Peter, and the leadership that we have taken in the matter of celebrating, well, first the struggle to break the bonds of racism, and also the struggle to put ourselves out there as leaders in this society. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want on this day to make a call, because a people must have visuals as motivators. I want to make a call for a monument to be erected in Speightstown in honor of Coffee, who was, even though we don't want any monarchs in this country, Coffee was in that planned slave uprising, the uprising of enslaved people. Coffee was supposed to be crowned king in Speightstown. We want a monument erected in Speightstown in honor of the struggle of black people in this country against racism and against slavery, racism in all its forms and slavery in all of its forms. That monument we want in Speightstown for two reasons. One is that Coffee was to be crowned King of Barbados in Speightstown. But it also needs to be in Speightstown, Mr. Speaker, because out of Speightstown was exported the worst form of slavery. And Mr. Speaker, in some respects, that may have been a contributing factor to the death of Mr. Floyd. Because out of Barbados was exported the dehumanizing, nasty chattel slavery into the southern United States. We need that monument in Speightstown as part of our atonement and part of the cleansing of the collective mind of the society. In our practice of government, Mr. Speaker, we...
Honourable Member, you have 2 more minutes.
I can't remember speaking for as long as the Honourable Member for St. Michael East.
But Honourable Member, Honourable Member, I am the controller of time.
Yes, you are.
I am the sole arbiter of time.
Yes, and I realize this reminds me that words that are spoken can really get into the subconscious mind. So the 6'6" versus the 3'2". But I will wrap up, Mr. Speaker. I will wrap up to say that this government has treated so far, and some of these things have been mentioned before, we've treated so far in what I consider to be an evolutionary way to redressing the imbalances that exist in this country. The matter of planning gains, that's been spoken to before. Education, in terms of access as opposed to availability. Under the last government, it was available but not accessible. We've restored accessibility, because I've always been of the view that if you have to pay for education, the rich people will still be educated. Those who will not be educated are the poor people. And if you are 95 or 96% of the population, you can do the math. Access to land is another matter that this government has been addressing. the matter of having credit unions at the table at the social partnership, Mr. Speaker, is a matter that should not be underestimated. Because for many years, as a matter of fact, that act was a signal act, even though, we as a party, the last government used to celebrate all kinds of little foolish things. And we have done some significant things, but we don't push them so much because we're so much focused on leading and governing that we see these things as par for the course. We've had for many years the banking system at the table. But those institutions that hold the wealth, or at least the funds, of ordinary Barbadians, we have not had at the table. This government has invited and have placed at the table as equal partners with the commercial banks, the credit unions of this country. That is what this government is all about in our approach to the matter of dealing with dismantling a system that is both oppressive and repressive. I want to end with a quote. Maybe I end how I began. He is the Director of Public Affairs and Religious Liberty at what we call the General Conference, our headquarters in the United States. And he made a statement just 3 days ago in a meeting we had, and this is what he said. His name is Dr. Ganoon Diop. He said, Mr. Speaker, until every black person is recognized as part of humanity, worthy of respect, deserving the enjoyment of freedom of conscience, freedom of safety in public, until that happens, humanity would have relinquished its deepest calling. That calling to live in solidarity with all members of this one human race. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you, and I say to you and to this chamber, Black Lives Matter.
Honourable James North.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to join in this debate on this private member's resolution, which of course I'm in full support of. I wish first to pay credit to the Honourable Prime Minister for allowing this debate so soon after, as well, the incident in the United States of America, which has triggered protests, and rightly so, throughout the length and breadth of this world. And I wish also to thank the Honourable Member for Christchurch South for introducing, first laying the resolution and introducing it today before this Parliament. So this is, as has been said by all the speakers, no trivial matter. And this is major, sir, because as the Right Excellent Marcus Messiah Garvey, National Hero of Jamaica, said, a black person who is unfree anywhere means that all black people, any part of the world, are not free. That injustice against any black person, any part of the world, is an injustice against all black people. And we watched in absolute horror, so last month, when for 8 minutes, 46 seconds, a policeman in the United States of America, sworn by oath to serve and protect, intentionally with absolute mens rea, took the life of a person for no other reason than for the fact that he was black. He knelt with his knees across George Floyd's neck and intentionally took away his life. Looking like if it didn't matter, it was just like if you're killing an insect that is bothering you, hands in his pocket, kneeling down. 3 other policemen there watching. People telling them, look, the man gasping for breath, calling for his mother, saying he can't breathe. I feel no pulse on him. Didn't matter. Sir, you're an attorney at law. In the criminal practice, sir, you yourself would have tremendous difficulty defending in such a case, because that is murder number 1. I don't care what he was charged for, sir. At first he was charged, but wait, was murder number 3 or something, so, and then they change it now to murder number 2 afterwards. At first, in fact, the coroner said that he did not die because of the asphyxiation, because of the knee on the neck. That is what we'd have to deal with. That he died from something else, when the whole world, sir, saw what happened in those 8 minutes, 46 seconds, sir. For no other reason than an allegation that a $20 was fake. So in other words, $20 worth more than a man's life, but then black lives don't matter to some people and in some countries. Something that didn't turn out to be fake in the final analysis anyway. But so even in the terms of the charge, murder number 2, I can't charge him for murder number 1 because I'm not an expert, of course, on American law, but I believe if one person in the jury were to say that is not murder, he goes scot-free, period. Scot-free, as hundreds, thousands previously before him who killed, murdered black people went scot-free. It is just, sir, that today we live in an age, of course, where everything is on video, everything is on social media. So what is done is seen by a whole world. And that police in America now have the cameras, and even those don't work well because incredibly, just a short 2-3 weeks after that incident, you get another one where 2 policemen murder another black man whose only sin was to be sleeping, tired, waiting at a Wendy's. That was that person's sin. And from that, his life is lost. Shot in the back, running away, no threat, physically or otherwise, to the policeman. Laser gun that can't harm you, can't injure you, but 2 shots in his back. Because the American police is trained to shoot, to kill black people. Because black lives do not matter to them, they're nothing. After all, America had a law throughout a large part of its history that black people were only 3/5 human. Case in 1877, sir, that verified that even after slavery finished in America in the 1860s, that black people are still not worth anything. They're only 3/5 human beings, and to be treated as such. So for years and years, black people lynched in America, killed black men, the churches burnt down, their districts burnt down. North Carolina, some black people in I think the 1920s set up a district, thriving Black Wall Street, I believe it was nicknamed, and white people go and burn it down. Nobody charged. A white woman alleges that a black man looks at her. White men go and lynch them. Dead. Nobody charged. Ku Klux Klan. Elements of which still exist in the United States today, sir. And in other parts of the world, people of similar ilk. And that is what the world in 2020, the third decade of the 21st century, has to deal with still. It is abhorrent, sir. And it has to be condemned. And I'm quite frankly proud that people all over the world, black, white, Indians, Muslims, have marched and protested as one in a movement against what is clearly systemic and institutional racism and minds of individual people, too many individual people, that this is how you should behave. And when you look at it, sir, most of these people preach a Bible, you know. In these southern states in America, it is Bible. They're God-fearing. They don't believe in abortion, you know, because that is killing a human life. But a life of a child not yet born is worth more than the life of a black man or a black woman who was shot in her home in the United States of America, still I believe, with police going into her home, her castle, and no knock policy, go in and shoot her dead. Just like that. Another one, sir, last year or 2 years ago, St. Lucian, close to our home. White policeman, woman going in an apartment which isn't hers, saying that she thought it was hers. I don't know how you could mistake your own apartment, your own house of abode, your own yard, shoot the black man dead. And this is what has been going on in the United States of America for decades, for centuries, sir. And only now, as I said, because everything is on social media, this phone device with camera transmits to the whole world that something is happening. If not, all of these policemen, all of these people will be getting away still with this. Because you had an incident, sir, again about 4 months ago. A black man jogging on the road, keeping fit, sir. Why did that this morning before I came here? Jogging on the road. And a father and son in some truck take out the gun, corner him, call somebody else, man dead. Because he should not be jogging out there. He has no right to be there. And then tell lies that the black man was attacking them. Not charged. No charges laid for 3 months until other evidence comes out to show that they are lying. So in other words, a whole system, sir, institutionalized against black people. The police, the prosecutors, the judicial system, sir, and you know the judicial system, because I don't understand, sir. The concept defies my understanding, sir, and experience. How you could have a judicial system where you have to be elected, sir. You gotta run for the post like a politician in the United States. That is what it is. So that itself breeds corruption at the bench in the United States of America. So everything's slated against black people. And America, happy, sir, with that at the political leadership level. One of the top United States politicians, when asked to say that Black Lives Matter, he can't say so, sir. The words can't come out of his mouth. He says all lives matter. He can't say Black Lives Matter, sir. You know from that how he feels, sir. You don't have to have or be a genius and Einstein to understand how he feels about black people, if he can't come to say that, sir. But the reality, sir, is that black people are at the bottom economically of about every society in the world, sir. And this is something, sir, that, you know, the Honourable Member for St. Michael said it, that this is the moment, sir. Quite frankly, I believe that if this moment is lost, by the time most of us in here die, sir, not much going to change globally. If this moment is not taken by the crux of its neck, no pun intended, sir, and utilized. Because black people throughout the world, in virtually every country in the world, sir, are at the bottom of society economically, sir. In some places, yeah, blacks have the political power. That is true. But not the economic power, sir. Here we had a last decade, sir, where you had an all-black government. That is true. But at the whim and caprice of corrupt practices, sir. And you know, it's not lost on me that the former Prime Minister, he used to say, sir, on many occasions, even in this Parliament, how you have corruptors and corruptees too, where he knew what he was talking about. In other words, that you shouldn't only blame his ministers for being corrupt, but you got to blame those business people. He used to say those words, business people, who corrupt them. And we know who the business people are, who used to corrupt a black government. A black government, sir, in the last decade, between 2010, 2008, and 2018, Democratic Labour Party, sir. So that is what we have to deal with, sir. And that is what has to be addressed. The fact that black people are at the bottom of the economic ladder in every society virtually in the world, every country, even where they have political power and domination, sir. It will not happen here, sir. You heard the member for St. Michael South Central speak just before lunch on the issues of transparency and accountability and integrity, sir, which has to inform this government, which does inform this government and must inform any future government of this country, sir. But we know the genesis of this, sir. A period of slavery starting 500 odd years ago, where Europe systematically underdeveloped Africa, the Caribbean, and Asia. Period of colonialism, the worst period in the history of mankind. And you know, the Jews, sir, talk about a Holocaust, and I'm not, sir, in any way belittling that, sir. And I understand the Jews, sir, their fight for their race. And I admire that, sir. But 6 million people dying, sir, in a short period of time when millions and millions and millions of people, black people, died all over the world through colonialism, sir. Those who didn't die, sir, physically died from other things, sir. And the depression and the deprivation and the inhumanities, man against man, in the name many times of the church, sir. And I'm not getting into any fight with the Church of England, sir, the established church here today, sir, the Anglican Church, but they have to make reparations too, sir, and apologies just don't cut it, sir. The Honourable Member who just spoke from St. Peter spoke and drew the reference up to 2 weeks ago. Yes, I was there. The Honourable Prime Minister speaking about people being not wanting to come forward. And we hear that all the time, black people. And all of this is part of the psyche that we have to fight. That a lot of black people don't feel that their place is at the front. That they naturally go to the back, and you have to tell them, come up to the front. And church has a lot to play in that, sir, because as we know, Church of England, as defined by the Anglican Church here, where black people couldn't sit in the front pews, they were reserved for white people, sir. And the church that, yes, most of us, including me, born into and baptized in, perpetuated that, sir. And of course, the church and the state were the same. Up to 1968 in Barbados, when you had legislation disestablishing the Anglican Church, separating it from the state, sir. So the church has to, in my opinion, sir, further examine its role, sir. And the church in Barbados too, the Anglican Church, the traditional church, sir, still own a lot of land, sir. Still own a lot of land that was obtained from the blood, sweat, tears, and death of black people, sir. The slaves, and coming up even after slavery, sir, where you had located lands at where, you live on the plantation land, you had to work on it. So, and if you leave the plantations, employ, sir, you had to take up your chattel house and leave the land. And the church has to examine its role and determine, sir, about giving the land that it has to the descendants of the slaves whose ancestors were responsible for the church obtaining all this land. Not only in Barbados, sir, but all over the world, sir. The Catholic Church, one of the richest institutions in the world. So, sir, this is where we are, and this is what this debate is about. Because racial discrimination and oppression has to be overcome, sir. We can't be in 2020, sir, having to deal with this. And sir, a lot of people see me, I suppose, they don't know me. I still, even though I'm a public figure, like to maintain some privacy, sir. People see me, see me someone always smiling, sir. Not always smiling a lot, but no, I can be very serious, sir. And I would want to speak about what informs me, because like the Honourable Member for St. Peter, sir, as he said, it is a question of your character formation, sir. I mean, at age 16 months, sir, my parents took me to England. My father went there to study law. I lived there for 5 years, sir. 16 months to 6.5 years, sir. The formative years of my life, of my mental capacity, my psyche. Early to mid-1960s. And everything I remember about England in that period was based on race, sir. Based on race. A white man, I in a bus with my mum a day, and I remember these things, sir. A white man telling my mum, oh, he's going to be a bus driver, and my mum saying, no, he's going to be a lawyer like his father and grandfather and uncle. White man was so embarrassed that at the next bus stop he got off the bus. White people spitting at you in the road. You go to an apartment which is in the paper for rent, and you see a sign, no dogs, no cats, no blacks. I being the only black child in the school, and one day a white student throwing a stone and almost taking out my eye. And the teachers, calling my mom saying, boy, this happened. Taking me to a hospital, my mom going there. When she reaches, I there sitting down by myself. Teacher left me there and gone. That is England. That is what we're fighting against, sir. 55 years almost after. People will want to tell you, and this is relevant to us, sir, because each and every one in this house here has relatives in England, sir. And some people, that was the time, sir, when a man called Enoch Powell, a member of Parliament, spoke about rivers of blood, sir, a speech that people still remember now. I think that was about 1967, 68. That too many black people and Indians coming into England, sir, and there going to be rivers of blood, race riots, because you're going to go kill these people, sir. England, of course, subsequently got racial discrimination legislation, sir, which outlawed then the legal racism, sir, but the institutional and systemic racism still continues, sir. In England, as it does in all of those white majority countries, sir. That is the reality. And so it took me a good 30 years to overcome those psychological scars of racism against me before I could go back to England, sir. I went back to England, sir, passing through to go to a law conference, International Bar Association conference, sir, and and you read these things in history, sir. History was my best subject. I'm a student of history, sir. But then to see it, sir, to see it before your eyes, to go in the museums of England and to other European countries, or to European countries that were colonial powers as well, and seeing all the jewels of the third world countries, of the Caribbean, of India and Africa in these museums, the mummies, the crown jewels that the Queen puts on her head, and the Star of India and the rarest diamond of South Africa, all of those in the British museums and the Tower of London and those kind of places. And you go in France and you see the same thing, and Paris, astounded by Paris and the gold. And other European cities, in Italy, and the gold that was stolen from our territories up in European museums and monuments, like if they belong to them. And question of reparations on the table, sir, for the last 2 decades or more. More than 2 decades, yes, but coming to the fore just over 2 decades ago, and nothing ain't happening. No reparations made. Yes, here and there, university in England would say, we can give University of the West Indies $20 million. Okay, yes, I commend them for so doing, sir, but no planned systematic return of reparations to Caribbean people, to African people, to Asian people, to what was done to our people, black people, sir, over centuries, sir. And we ask, understandably, sir, for reparations in terms of health and education, sir, because these are the two areas now that can uplift our people, sir. And when you look at health, sir, we even know, sir, a disproportionately high percentage of black people in America getting COVID. Well, that is not by chance. So that is systematic, because black people don't have the access to health care that in America that other races have, that white people have. First thing, you got to pay for it, right? In a lot of cases. And you don't care two tails about them. They could die. Don't matter. They're statistics, sir. Well, that is how the American political leadership as it presently stands looks at them. And studies unquestionably showing, sir, that a large percentage of black people suffer from hypertension, sir, high blood pressure because of history, because our ancestors were slaves, mistreated, under pressure, sir. You don't even like to think about it. And that has passed on from generation to generation, down to this generation, so that a significant percentage of Barbadians and Caribbean people suffer from high blood pressure, certainly after age 40. And diabetes too, sir. All of that connected to slavery, sir. All of that connected to what we're debating here today. All of that is why Black Lives Matter and why reparations should be given by these countries that raped our people and our countries, to bring some kind of balance, that in good conscience, this is what should be done. Education, same thing. Education, same thing, because by education we could be uplifted. Here in Barbados, because we can't just speak about racism and the history of racism in other parts of the world and not about Barbados. Of course, as we all know, and as was said here today, Barbados was built up as the perfect slave society, the leading slave community in the world, the only colony to form another colony in the Carolines, sir. The perfect slave community. Tremendous wealth made by British slave owners, slave traders out of Barbados, sir. A Barbados that today, sir, struggling. The government of Barbados doing its 250% best for our people. But we should not be in this position, sir, because we were the wealthiest colony in the world one time. All the money, all the resources repatriated to England. Multimillionaires benefiting, sir. Benefiting with Lord this and Viscount that and Earl this, sir. All of that is what we're dealing with in this debate here today. But sir, and sir, I will say this because a lot of people don't know this. Sir, the Right Excellent Grantley Adams, sir. The Right Excellent Sir Grantley Adams. Barbados was the first country in the world, sir. Certainly the first country in the Commonwealth that banned South African goods in the 1950s, sir. The Honourable Member for St. Michael East spoke about it today. Sir Grantley Adams, as he then was political leader of Barbados, banned South African products from coming in Barbados, sir. When we were still a colony. And people say how he was a conservative, sir. And that is why, sir, as a student in Ottawa in 1985, I marched, sir, in front either the United States or the British, I can't remember which one, High Commission, embassy there. Because at that time, of course, Britain's Prime Minister was Margaret Thatcher, America's President was Ronald Reagan, could not understand why they should sever economic ties with South Africa, sir. Nelson Mandela in jail since 1964. And his colleagues in jail. And England and America supporting the apartheid regime of South Africa, as Margaret Thatcher said, is her kith and king, white people in South Africa, so she ain't going against them, sir. I marched an afternoon with others, sir, and this is not, sir, a white-black thing here, no, because they have white people, sir, who, as I said, marching all around the world, protesting against this here too, sir. And Barbados would find itself left behind, sir, if, as the Honourable Member for St. Michael East said, we do not seize this moment here now. That is the truth, sir. The moment has to be seized. The young people And we've seen it, are calling for it, sir, to seize the moment. And I again, sir, commend the Honourable Prime Minister of this country, sir, who as Minister of Education and Culture in 1999 established a National Heroes Career and Gallery Development Committee, sir. That committee comprised people of all colours, sir. It was multiracial. David Commission, now Ambassador Commission, was on it, sir. Alexandra Cummins, sir, and this report, sir, laid in this Parliament. So, sir, I can speak to it. Penelope Hyman, sir, Henry Fraser, Carl Watson, sir, had white people on it too, sir. Recommended the removal of Nelson's statue, sir. That is 20 years ago, sir. But we hear now this is now a controversy again in Barbados, sir. Report laid in the Parliament of Barbados, and I strongly believe, sir, that if the Honourable Prime Minister continued to be Minister of Culture, that we would not have to be debating about Nelson here in Barbados today, sir. But you know, in 2001, she was shifted then to the office of the Attorney General. But there's I know, sir, that committee, sir, had town hall meetings, 3 town hall meetings, invited and obtained many written submissions, sir. And the reality of the situation, sir, is that you can't have a Horatio Nelson statue in National Heroes Square, sir. The then Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Owen Arthur, came to that conclusion. It is a dichotomy, it just don't operate, sir. Nobody is talking, certainly I'm not talking, sir, about taking it down and pelting it in the wharf, sir. There's Maritime Museum, there's Barbados Museum. I could go in, sir, and you know, I know that the Honourable Prime Minister has spoken that this is a wedge issue, sir. So people are free to speak their personal beliefs on it, sir. So my beliefs may not coincide with everyone in this Parliament, sir, and I accept that, sir, but that's what a wedge issue is. But I stand firmly behind the fact that it is abhorrent, and not only to black people, sir, but it's abhorrent to Barbadians on the whole. It's abhorrent to white Barbadians too. And this farce and pretense and goebbels propaganda that how, you know, less British tourists can come here, you know, if Nelson is not in Broad Street, that is the highest form of nonsense, idiocy that could be perpetuated in this country, sir.
Honourable Member has 2 more minutes.
Sir, the fact of the matter is that symbols and psychology matter. Symbols matter. And this is clearly shown, sir, and again, the Honourable Member for St. Peter spoke towards it, about how children used to draw, in his time, would draw pictures of a female who was not black, sir. Case Brown versus Board of Education, 1954, United States of America Supreme Court, where white dolls, at least evidence given by the psychiatrist in the case, psychologist in the case, that black children were given white dolls and black dolls and told choose a doll, and they would invariably choose a white doll. That is the kind of perpetuation of psyche against black people throughout our history, sir. 1954, no different in a lot of parts of the world than 2020, sir. And that Nelson saved Barbados from the French. That is what I used to hear, sir, when I was at school. That Nelson was good for Barbados. He saved Barbados from the French. Like if French colonialism was worse than British, sir, it was all the same thing. It's true the French had the Code Nord, but Britain had everything that was bad as well. There was no difference, sir. It's abhorrent, and it continues today, sir, in terms of how the OECD treats towards us as a people, as a country, fighting to build up our international business system, our international financial services, sir, which they encouraged us to get in the late 1970s. And at every step, shifting of a goalpost, sir, and blacklisting us, sir. No white list, blacklist us, sir. All of that part of the psyche and the symbolism to keep black people down, to keep us at the bottom. Because there's still this inherent feeling among a lot of white people that they are superior to black people, sir. This racism that has to be abolished, sir. And that is why, sir, I commend the Honourable Member for St. Michael's, South East, and the Prime Minister for even at this time of COVID, when Barbados out $500 million, $500 million, sir, that the issue of state-funded University of the West Indies education is not on the table, sir, because we maintaining that. Because poor black people must get free education or education paid by the state, sir. We have to find the money, sir. Don't mind we $500 million out now. Under the last government, the first thing they did after the 2013 election came to Parliament, we finished funding state education, look for it on your own. Hundreds of black people had to drop out of university, even when they were in already or couldn't go to university, sir. And the effects of that still continuing today and will continue, sir, for a good many years.
You remember when it, please?
Yes, sir, I thank you. So, sir, this is where we are at. We have to eradicate, sir, the many negative racial legacies that were deprived from centuries of criminal enslavement of Africans and people of African descent, sir, as this resolution has very wisely stated, sir, and that we in Barbados stand, sir, the last paragraph says, to be part of global initiative in eradicating racism in general and anti-black racism in particular, once and for all, sir. The time must come, as Dr. Martin Luther King said, that people must be judged by the content of their character, not by the color of their skin, sir. And, sir, this Parliament, sir, as I said, stands nobly today, debating potentially sensitive issue, sir, but an issue in which all people in Barbados, sir, have to join hands together, sir. It isn't them and us, it is all people. Every right-thinking person in Barbados has to collide their brains, their efforts, their wills on this particular point, sir, and condemn racism wherever it shows its ugly face, wherever in the world. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Honourable for St. Philip South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleasant good afternoon to all Barbadians following this presentation. I rise in full support, Mr. Speaker, of this resolution before us today, and wish to confess that in seeking to determine how I would approach this, I spent long hours on my back last night trying to reflect on how we will handle such a bold debate at a time when it is much needed. Mr. Speaker, I can't breathe. Words echoed on May 25th, 2020, by George Floyd, who was pinned to the ground by the knee of one police officer, Derek Chauvin, in Minneapolis. And to the extent that I can't breathe has become the cornerstone of Black Lives Matter, forces me to accept that the doctrine of all lives matters is nothing short of a racist thesis that seeks to remove the muscularity from a statement, Black Lives Matters. Were there full equality in the world, Mr. Speaker, the slogan, the doctrine, Black Lives Matters, would not have been necessary. But if I am to reflect, sir, on the fact that all lives matters, tell me, why was there ever slavery? Because I would have difficulty understanding that the very being only differentiated from you by color has been used as machinery and part of an ownership structure and economic ownership to the disadvantage and brutality meted out on a race, Mr. Speaker, that did nothing other than form part of this world. And perhaps, Mr. Speaker, it is on that I would like to remind this honorable chamber of a period when which, on October 15th to November 7th, 1962, where a champion of black people went on trial in the old synagogue court in Pretoria, South Africa. And all he did was dare to say that the rights of the black man is just as important as the rights of any man under any other shade. And I struggled last night, Mr. Speaker, sir, because I know black people for achieving greatness. Black people have proven against all the odds that when called upon to perform, none can touch the greatness of black people. Mr. Speaker, I draw your attention to when all of the powerful Olympics teams perform well, in the front line will be black Americans standing hand on chest, reciting Star Spangled Banner. And that in this very place, you can have George Floyd repeat the words, Mr. Speaker, sir, of Eric Garner, who uttered those same words in New York, July 17, 2014, when he too was being apprehended with brutal force and was placed under police brutality to give away the last breath, the oxygen that only the Father controls, was taken away and his life went. In the twinkle of an eye, uttering the same words, I can't breathe. Mr. Speaker, I would have been fairly consoled if action was taken then and that we had seen the end of these dark days. But Christopher Lowe, Mr. Speaker, July 26, 2018, in Fort Worth, Texas, uttered the same words, I can't breathe, under same type of police brutality. Mr. Speaker, you will think that after all this, we would have seen the end of such cruelty meted out against a race that did nothing other than seek to hold its place in this place we call our world. And Mr. Speaker, there are others. Mr. Speaker, Xavier Ambler II, March 28, 2019, Austin, Texas. I can't breathe. Under police force. Mr. Speaker, Derek Scott, May 2019, Oklahoma City. And then, Mr. Speaker, Oklahoma City. And then Brian Williams, September the 5th, 2019, in police custody and vehicles. Mr. Speaker, this is not by accident. Mr. Speaker, this cannot be classified as anything other than extreme hatred meted out against the color of a human being who has demonstrated nothing but greatness for all America in Carl Lewis and Michael Jackson. All America in people who have made America great long before in the Temptations and the OJs, Mr. Speaker, sir. The day when Motown was king, run by black people. And that to this day, after the great contribution of black people to the economic welfare of a nation, you can find black people having to recite, "I can't breathe," only to give away the last breath of oxygen that has been given by none other than the great architect of the universe. Mr. Speaker, I have to tell you that I have a champion in Nelson Mandela. And I say so because in spite of all the challenges, Mandela said, and please permit me to quote, Mr. Speaker, "I hate the practice of race discrimination, and in my hatred, I am sustained by the fact that the overwhelming majority of mankind hate it equally. I hate systemic inculcation of children with color prejudice, and I am sustained in that hatred by the fact that the overwhelming majority of mankind here and abroad are with me. I hate the racial arrogance which decrees that the good things of life shall be retained as the exclusive right of a minority of the population, and which reduces the majority of the population to a position of subservience and inferiority, and maintains them as a voteless chattels to work where they are told and behave as they are told by the ruling minority. I am sustained that hatred by the fact that the overwhelming majority of mankind, both in this country and abroad, are with me." And he closed by simply saying, "Nothing that this court can do to me will change in any way that hatred in me, which can only be removed by the removal of the injustice and inhumanity which I have sought to remove from the political and social life of this country." Back in 1962, Mr. Speaker, and I am hesitant to tell you that I would be still on nipples of the mom at a time when this type of hatred towards black people took place. And one man stood up and called it for what it is. I don't think that I have to be flashy or about a very simplified and innocuous debate, Mr. Speaker, sir, because that is what it is. You have to call it for what it is. It is extremely innocuous in that we are speaking to an issue that should never exist in the 21st century. And the fact that we have to stand in this honorable chamber today to discuss this matter speaks to boldness on leadership first of all, because this is a debate that could have taken place before, and I have just called off a chronicle of many cases that could have prompted this debate before. But Mr. Speaker, I am resolved in my mind that any walk to freedom must be a walk built on the words of the same Nelson Mandela. And he said, our march to freedom is irreversible. We must not allow fear to stand in our way. And Mr. Speaker, it is significant that today we note this, because a walk to freedom, Mr. Speaker, is not a conversation about how well or how bright we can sound, how intellectual we are. A walk to freedom must understand the struggle of those people who end up having to do crime for survival, Mr. Speaker, sir. And that I have spoken to this before simply because I saw it with my very eyes as a boy growing up. I didn't have to be here, Mr. Speaker. The pressure that you go through in your life, where you grow up with struggle, Mr. Speaker. Struggle to see grandma with a down basket and a hoe going to the plantation to weed, and that there was no bathroom facilities. And so that if nature called on you, the only place you can resort to is the cane fields or the bush. Today, I, as Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, will bring an end to the notion that people working in the field shouldn't have proper bathroom facilities. Mr. Speaker, I have seen many things as a businessman, and sometimes I feel a little bit loath to mention my experience in business, because I understand the cut and thrust of politics as well. And I do understand that were you to be able to extol the successes you've had in business, you are fingered in a more severe way simply because you dare to speak on the challenges that you face in order to be able to achieve something called success. But I want to say to all Barbadians that our reality still resides within our hands. And the fact that Ambassador Dr. Anthony Gabby Carter gave us that beach's mind to signify that even if we want to share our country with people, that our reality is that we should not be excluded or blocked from access to our beaches. But that is only part of a complexity that permeates this country in a manner, sir, that only we can control. And I say that simply because I've seen plagiarism in business. I've seen where your critical information can be taken and carried not to start another black business, but to build one that would never entertain you nor anybody like you. And those are the things that we now have to get through the minds of our own people in this country as well. Because there's a reality check that we must also look into. When people start to finger politicians in the manner that they do, they fail to recognize that the tenets upon which we have been able to establish a political class in Barbados were encouraged in the last 10 years. In the last 10 years, what took place in Barbados will never happen again, given the type of legislation we have passed, first and foremost. But equally, there's a different breed of politician under a different type of leadership that stands for what is right for people. And that you must help a man. And if you're elected to help, and you stand and cannot help a man, he then loses his confidence in the system. He loses his confidence in you. And then we continue the same conversation. Politicians living big and large, getting fat off taxpayers' money, and then helping nobody. That conversation we must visit. And Mr. Speaker, I'm asking that we visit that conversation under something called public sector reform. It is foremost in my mind for several reasons. Sometimes, if we are going to succeed at helping people, we must be non-linear. Too many layers of bureaucracy, Mr. Speaker, has led to all kinds of different things that could have been avoided. And I simply believe, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the majority of Barbadians, the majority, are impacted by the same doctrine, Black Lives Matter. And I, Mr. Speaker, have said before, and I want to say again in this honorable chamber, I want to see the largest of black businesses in construction as well. I want to see them. I want to see the largest of ownership in tourism as black. I want to see a complete dismantle and restructure of the economic structure of this country, where equal rights are seen as what it is, and that if we have to empower and enfranchise people in order to give them the leg up, then we must do so. Because this struggle will never end, Mr. Speaker, and we can be pretty. That's why telling you, to my mind, is innocuous. We could be pretty, we can sound good, we can sound bright. But if we are not taking the action, Mr. Speaker, sir, to empower and enfranchise people in a manner like how the honorable member for St. George South tried with the trust loans, and the member for St. James Central made reference to this morning. But now we've also started the Farmers Empowerment and Enfranchisement Drive in Barbados to give to Barbadians what they did not get in the past, and that is the ownership and access to land, government land, that is running fallow in this country, growing bush, and that everybody except our own can have access to it. And I have made that change simply because I believe that the ownership structure of this country must change if Black Lives Matter. Mr. Speaker, I must say that in this debate, we have to look inward as well. And as we look inward, we have to do a total self-examination, Mr. Speaker, sir. Because I am not one who is drawn to hypocrisy, and I am not one who's prepared to ignore the voices of our people who have elected us and have spoken to us in very direct terms. So that if Horatio Nelson's statue is offensive to people who have elected us to govern, and if this was a discussion that took place before, but that because George Floyd, Eric Garner, Xavier Ambler, Manuel Ellis, Christopher Lowe, Derek Scott, and Brian Williams should be a reminder that no matter what happens, people of color will always be subjected to a type of inhumane, undignified, and most aggressive and brutal treatment, Mr. Speaker, sir, then we are playing with danger. Because the one thing I know is that the man that feels that he is outside of the tent will take objection to you, sir. But the moment you embrace him, you bring him in and make him part of the structure, he will hug you and possibly kiss you for making him part of the structure that has been created. And this has dogged us for many years, Mr. Speaker, sir. It has, because many times we are constrained in our ability to make decisions. But equally, Mr. Speaker, sir, we tend to forget. And that is the message that I get every time I traverse Barbados. When somebody says to you, "But I help you, I get you there." Do not take that lightly, Mr. Speaker, sir. There's a message. There's a message to all of us, sir. And if Black Lives Matter, then this must matter as well. We're not going to get everything right, sir. We're not. But we must have a bucket list of things that we want to get right by a certain time in the name of the people who we've asked to help us to get to where we want to be. So that, Mr. Speaker, when I tell you, Mr. Speaker, sir, that I've been called to a consciousness in following that case in 1962, when Mandela said, and permit me again, Mr. Speaker, to quote, "The will of the people is the basis of the authority of government, is a principle universally acknowledged as sacred throughout the civilized world, and constitutes the basic foundations of freedom and justice." Mr. Speaker, the will of the people. The will of the people, sir. Struggle, Mr. Speaker, is not easy. I've been there. And I have alluded to the fact that it is only perseverance, sir, and an admiration for people like David Simmons, now Sir David Simmons, who have treated to people like human beings, so that when people like him and the late Tom Adams went to Church Village to see the condition we were forced to live in as a people, not because we wanted to, sir. We couldn't afford to do better. And that leadership took for us to get running water, which is a basic human right. That leadership took for us to get electricity so that we wouldn't live in darkness, literally. And that leadership took for us to be able to communicate with the world by getting telephone system in Church Village and Clifton, sir. And then that Tom Adams came with the Tenantry Freehold Purchase Act. Sir, I am a product of those initiatives. I benefited from them, sir. I could have gone the other side, possibly to Riverside. But the reality that I stand here today is not just for me. It is for those very people who have struggled with me, who have seen our struggle, Mr. Speaker, sir, and have transformed their lives only from being given an opportunity to participate. And that is the significant difference. Nobody's asking for a handout all the way. But a significant difference, sir, is if you go to Church Village or Clifton now, where I grew up as a boy, and I want to share my experience just like the Honourable Member for St. Peter did. Because when I grew up with a boy, what you see now was totally non-existent. Canes all around, no electricity, potholes, no water. How do you exist, sir, and be ignored this way? And the fact that that transformation took place, Mr. Speaker, I made a determination back then in 1976 that I would one day stand in this chamber and represent Black lives that matter in this country. And that is why I'm here today. I am here out of pure determination that I will one day stand here in the name of the very people who I saw struggle, whose lives have been transformed by visionary leadership. And I don't take away from the Right Excellent Earl Barrow. I've seen his work too. I don't take away. But I equally understand that we have had champions for leaders. We have had champions in Grantley Adams, sir. We have had champions in the Right Excellent Earl Barr. We have had champions in Tom Adams. Owen Arthur was a champion in his own right as well. And today, the country has taken us to another level by giving us a female leader that would surpass long way all the work that was done in the past, simply because these times call for a different type of leadership, and that leadership is at the core of our very existence as a government and as a people, sir. And mark you, Mr. Speaker, when we are finished, because the last time I recall any such debate taking place in this honorable chamber, it would not have been because somebody was bold enough to introduce anything to talk about race. I recall Tom Adams making reference to racism and his opposition to racism. I do not support racism, Mr. Speaker, sir. I don't in any way support racism. But I support the rights of a race, Mr. Speaker, sir. I support the reality that if you have to struggle, Mr. Speaker, to be considered equal in this world, or to be considered a human being, then I support your fight, and I support your reality to be able to be part of a structure that is inclusive of you, and that you're not outside only because your skin color is different. And that is where I segment the entire discussion, Mr. Speaker, sir, because this cannot be in a 21st century conversation about racism. This is a conversation about the rights of a race. And that is the distinct difference, sir. And that we have to have this conversation today is shameful. Because as we evolve, sir, the many things we have changed, mobile phones, mobile apps. Mr. Speaker, we have achieved so many things in life in this 21st century. How dare you tell me that there's still a struggle for black recognition? How dare you tell me that blacks should still be subjected to brutality? How dare you tell me that I should be on the ground with your knee in my neck for 8 minutes and some seconds, 46 seconds, saying I can't breathe, and you watch me die? Mr. Speaker, that is where I have my passion in this conversation. And the reality of it is that it didn't happen once, it didn't happen twice, it didn't happen 3 times, it didn't happen 4 times. I have all of 6, God knows. There may be many more cases where black lives were stripped away simply because the person, the oppressor, the one who believes that only he has a right to breathe God's air, was prepared to take from you that freedom and that right that no man can give to you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And we've tried many things. We've done a lot. Send people to space. We have created some of the best aircrafts in the world, and I know for sure that trials have already been done for planes to even fly without captain and pilot. We have achieved a lot, sir. But how do you tell me that we have achieved so much and we still have a struggle for blacks to be part of an ownership structure and an existence that they themselves had no control over in the first instance, when nobody other than the grand architect of the universe created the space we're in, sir? None other. So that when you had in 1625 the arrival of the Portuguese in Barbados, and then that you have colonial control in Barbados 1627 going into a massive sugar industry. But that the same ones who then went to the African continent and took a free man, enslaved him, brought him to the Caribbean to be a servant under the most inhumane conditions in the world, sir. And then on the plantation, you had to be a Genghis Khan so that you got greater sap to produce more. You are a special fella. You're a special fella. But that you, Mr. Speaker, sir, then otherwise you're nothing more than an inferior being in the sight of the very owner. Black sisters being dragged from a pen and raped for the pleasure of a man who bears no love and has absolutely no emotional attachment. But rape is a serious thing, Mr. Speaker, sir. But because you can attach the title ownership, you can do as you like. And Mr. Speaker, I don't hate nobody. I don't. I want to make that clear. I have moved away, sir, from what has taken place. I will not erase from my memory what I know. But equally, I understand, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the one thing we have to do now and do it well is to make sure we do not have to hear someone else say, I can't breathe because the color of his or her skin. And one night, I was going through Netflix, and I saw this. They bring up these slides of different movies and documentaries, and I felt for some comedy. And this one that Chris Rock came up, Tambourine. It is riddled with expletives, but it makes sense. And the Honourable member for St. James Central is smiling because clearly he has seen it already. But you know, he made the comparison that if in the police diary they reach a point that they say, oh shoot, we are 16 blacks, we got to take a white now. Then you would start to believe that this is nothing more than police doing their work. But that doesn't happen, sir. And that Tambourine, to me, is a complete documentary. People call it a comedy. It's a documentary for me of what actually transpires in a society where the color of skin determines how you jostle for space. And in your jostling for space, you got to bring something to the table. The prowess of black athletes, Mr. Speaker, sir, cannot be ignored, because Star Spangled Banner must mean something at the Olympics. So the prowess of black athletes must mean something. Mr. Speaker, you will recall, sir, that the one thing Japanese, Chinese, I travel to China. I've traveled most places in the world, sir. And even with language barriers, sir, even with language barriers, people know Michael Jackson, who he is, what he did. Even with language barriers, sir, people know about the Temptations. People know about the OJs, Wilson Pickett, Otis Redding, James Brown. People know them, sir, even with language barriers. And Mr. Speaker, their contribution to economic activity globally speaks to a gift, and it speaks to a contribution that can very well be better made if we stop suppressing and stop seeking to control and restricting the talent, the power, and the right to existence of persons of black skin color.
Honourable member has 2 more minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to use this 2 minutes to anchor my contribution this way. I saw Al Green. There was a concert for Al Green that I saw. There were 2 black people sitting in front row. So they had front row faces. They were young. Not many people knew who they were at the time because it's an old concert that was being aired. Obama and Michelle Obama. Barack Obama and Michelle Obama in the front. If I had seen that 10, 20 years ago, their faces would have made no difference to me. But their contribution has forced me to recognize who they are. The contribution of black people has forced the world to recognize what black people can do. And I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, we have to dismantle and unshackle ourselves, and I'm coming home now, sir. In St. Philip, in the constituency of the Honourable Member for St. Philip North, we have a park called King George V Memorial Park. But further down is Bailey's Plantation, from which Bussa came. And I'm calling, sir, just like the Honourable Member for St. Peter did. I am calling, sir, and the Ambassador, Dr. Anthony Gabby Carter, would have heard me discuss this with him before. I want it to be called the Bussa Memorial Park. And if we can't do that, call it Jim Wedderburn Park, because he was the one Barbadian that made it to the Olympics. And if we can't do that, sir, call it Ambassador Stetson Wiltshire, Matt Fingal, and John King, because these are icons of St. Philip, sir. And with that, sir, I want to thank you. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Leader Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this resolution brought by the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, and with the input of the leader of this country, the Honourable Prime Minister, to support this resolution, which I believe all honourable members feel very passionate about this afternoon and throughout the course of today. Sir, we haven't come here with a light burden on our shoulders. I strongly believe that, just as the honourable member who just spoke had a lot to think about last night, I think for the last few weeks, as we all would have watched repeatedly the video footage of George Floyd with a police officer's knee in his neck, shouting for his mother, shouting that he could not breathe. I think it has impacted on each and every single person who has watched that video, regardless and irrespective of whatever race they may be. I recall, sir, that when I was growing up, you know, as the Honourable Member for Christchurch East started to speak, St. Michael East started to speak about earlier, you know, there a lot of times we don't quite understand why people say things that they do. But as you get older, you start to realize the intricacies of Barbadian society, and you understand the history, you put things in a historical perspective. And I remember when I was at primary school, because of my complexion at the time, and I was a lot paler than I am now, sir. I haven't been able to be in the sun as I would like recently, but that's also because of COVID. But I remember being teased as a child because anytime the grass was being cut, my sinuses would act up, I would start to sniffle, and my nose would go bright red. And the children would taunt me and say, Santia, you're Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer. they would also say, this is a white child. Basically, I would be taunted and stuff that I was lighter than a lot of the other children. Fortunate for me, within the household that I grew up in, I come from two sides, I suppose, of Barbadian society. I have, on the one side of my family, I have the Redlegs, what they would call the Eki Beckys from St. John. I often used to remark to the former member for St. John and say that I had more roots in St. John than she did. And on the other side of my family, I also have family in Edgecliff as well, Clifton Hall. And I would often realize that, obviously, with having the history that I did, it wasn't about picking sides, but it was also in my household about understanding where you had come from and having a strong sense of being, a strong sense of self, because whether people would taunt you and say you were white or you were brown or you were pale or whatever, growing up, I understood who I was and where I came from. To this day, sir, I still hold very strong to my history and my understanding of history and of self. I'm a proud student of history. The Honourable Member for Christchurch, for St. Michael's South, who is also a member of the intellectual powerhouse of the Barbados Community College, the History Department, tutored by none other than Trevor Marshall as well. We have a long history in debating, a long history in understanding not just American history, but also Caribbean history and certainly also African history. All of these things, sir, help to shape me. And while it is that I understand where we have come from, and I understand that it is only by knowing where you have come from that you know where you are going, I also believe that we have a responsibility, once we understand where we have come from, to do all within our power, whatever people may call us as a political class or as leadership in a country. We have a responsibility with the knowledge and the understanding of self and of creating an awareness of who we are. We have a wider responsibility to our people and to certainly the generation to come to ensure that we pass on a lot of the knowledge and we don't try to take away aspects of our past, because it is our past that is supposed to take us where we must go as well. It is for that reason, sir, that even on my journey to study in the United Kingdom, I experienced as well racism. I experienced what I consider to be an indirect racism, because I was no longer pale or Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, but I was now described by British society as mixed race, of mixed parentage, because for them, once you had a lighter complexion, you were now broken down and classified a little bit more. It took me back to where I was as a history student, where I understood what the words of William Lynch meant, a planter from the United States, who basically said if you try to break down the black race in such a way that you separate them by the basis of their color, that it would divide the black race for generations, 300 years. And I believe now we are seeing more than 300 years that we have been divided on the basis of color. So there were octoroons, there was all of the different permeations of what color was when persons had a lighter complexion. There was the separation of persons on the plantation. They pulled out people who were of lighter complexion to be able to oversee other persons, and they continued to perpetuate a social divide amongst our people, sir. So I know that you, Mr. Speaker, are very familiar with this as one who is what they would call of a lighter complexion as well. But I think all of us understand, whether lighter complexion or darker skin, all of us understand the struggle of the black race. All of us understand in one way or the other where we have come from, and again, certainly where we have to go, sir. I recall also having an aunt who left Barbados to go to the United Kingdom to work. And I remember her telling me constantly that when she first went to the United Kingdom, the racism was a little bit different. It was such that there were signs that she would see when she went to secure employment that said that there was work available. And from the time she walked into the establishment, the sign would be replaced with no blacks allowed. And the Honourable Member is shaking his head, because I know he's been raised in England as well, so he can appreciate this. It, however, did not stop our people, sir. And I say this because while my aunt understood that what racism was, and she understood what a race that was different from hers was trying to do to her and to her people, she was the most positive person that I've ever met as it relates to ambition and about education and making sure that all of her children were able to have a sound understanding of Barbadian society, of where they had come from, of their struggle, and also a responsibility to give back to country and to give back to community as well. During the time that I was in the UK, armed with the information of all that I had seen there, the indirect racism, the direct racism which my family members had experienced when they were there, I was in some ways a bit conflicted because I came from a Barbadian society, sir, where we had prime ministers that looked like us. We had black people who were in power, who controlled the House of Parliament. And I remember the first time I saw a white garbage man, somebody white picking up the garbage, I was dumbfounded because I could not imagine that white people picked up garbage. I remember remarking this, sir, and my family, smiling and stuff because it was such a culture shock for me on my first few trips to the United Kingdom. But it also led me, sir, as I saw the indirect ways in which racism existed in the United Kingdom and the way in which people of African origin were not only treated or disrespected in some way, but the way in which the very system itself almost seemed to be set up in a way to keep them down. And for many of them, sir, they did not have that connection to the Caribbean that I did, certainly not the connection to know that black people in the Caribbean had been doing very powerful things and very great things. I remember my small cousin at the time, she was only 9 years old. When I asked her what she wanted to be, sir, she said she wanted to be a bus conductor. And it was because the only other image that she had known within the family at the time was a godmother who was a bus conductor. By the time I left England, having lived with her for 3 years, she went on to the university and she studied law. I say that, sir, in a context that while I fully appreciate that we have to know where we have come from, we also have to be empowered by our past and the struggle of those who came before us to also know where we are going. So as we stand in solidarity during this session today, sir, in relation to this particular resolution, I want to remind Barbadians that while we stand in solidarity with the movement, Black Lives Matter, at this point in time in American history, we must also be reminded that Black Lives Matter in Barbados as well. Because while they are in a movement against a brutal scene towards a black person, and while they are reminding us that even after the Million Man March, several years ago, sir, almost 20 years ago, the Million Man March took place, Nation of Islam and others took to the street to march against injustices against the black race, of black Americans being locked up, brutalized, killed by the police. 25 years later, we are still here in the same position, talking about it, advocating about it, empathizing with what has happened. And I remember watching a video over the course of the last couple of weeks of a black man in the company of other black men, in particular his son. And this gentleman was ranting and raving about the fact that 25 years ago, he marched along with others with the Million Man March. His son would probably now end up marching again in protest against George Floyd and others. And things had not seemed to have changed despite taking to the streets and protesting and exposing to the world all of the things that have been going wrong with the black race. And I pause, sir, because I realize it isn't just about us saying what the wrongs are, but this debate really is about what each of us are doing to change the course of time. Because we can talk, we can complain, we can advocate, but if at the end of the day, when we sit down, we have not transformed a life, we have not educated a generation, we as the policymakers have not been at the forefront of effecting change in Barbadian society, sir, it doesn't matter what we say in this debate here today. I looked at a lady called Shirley Chisholm, who described, and I think most of you would know her Barbadian roots and her connections to the Vauxhall Primary School, raised in Barbados, and also was the first woman to have run for the Congress in America, as well as for President of the United States. Sarah Shirley Chisholm made a comment about racism. She said, racism is so universal in this country, meaning the United States, so widespread and deep-seated that it is invisible because it is so normal. Sir, I hope that we never reach a point where we believe that the things that we know to be wrong become normal. I think we have a responsibility as politicians, as leaders of this country, to ensure that we educate others about their history. I have a beef, and I'm glad that I have the opportunity as education minister to be able to make the changes that are necessary, but I've had a beef for a long time about our educational system. I have a beef because I have always felt that while I benefited from going all the way through doing history at O levels, and then going on to community college to do A-level history, that there are many persons who I have been surrounded with who did not have that foundation, who didn't have the understanding of Barbadian slave society, where we had come from. We've had in social studies some collision with history. But unless you take the journey to continue your education, oftentimes there is a gap after the emancipation period and post-emancipation where there's no other history that is taught unless you go on to the University of the West Indies or you go overseas to be able to engage in some course on history. And therefore, a lot of people don't quite make the connection as to what our true history really is about and where we have come from and what Barbadians have actually achieved. I feel that if we are going to rename buildings and we're going to put up statues, we also have a responsibility to tie that into educating our people in the schools. We have to ensure that you're not just painting a building and naming the building, but as recently happened, and Sir Anthony Carter would tell you, when we did a mural recently on one of our schools in the city, on which his image is on the building, I made the point that it was no longer about just painting the buildings, but it was also about making sure that every single child understood the struggle of the people who were painted on the building, that they understood that they could also themselves achieve not just the greatness of those who came before them, but that they too would be able to understand and to shape their world to be able to surpass the greatness of those individuals. And so I strongly believe that as we have been looking at in the Ministry of Education, that we have a responsibility to revamp the entire curriculum. Had it not been for COVID, we would have started a conversation about the 11 plus examination. Because I think the Prime Minister is on record, I think so am I on record, that we have to let go of some of the things that have kept us from our colonial period. We have to recognize that having been educated, that time has now come for us to be able to dismantle some of these systems that we have held dear, but also those systems that have perpetuated the differences that have made some black people believe that their life doesn't matter because they went to a particular secondary school or because they went to a particular primary school. We got to dismantle those notions that the creative arts don't have a place within the mainstream educational curriculum. Because we all enjoy the music, as do the same white people and all the other people, all the other races enjoy our music. But when it comes to us as a people, being able to appreciate it and to make sure that every child may be able to explore its own creativity, we shudder at the thought because we've been brainwashed into believing that every child must be a lawyer, every child must be a doctor, every child must be a vet. Sir, and unless we recognize that in our own transformation in Barbados, we have to look at our own black lives of children mattering. That children must not come out of school without certification. That the system that we have set up and the structure we have set up that ensures that the same children who are getting and underperforming in an exam are going to the same institutions repeatedly, then it means that we haven't accepted and internalized that black lives matter, that those lives matter. That's what this debate is about. This isn't just about George Floyd. This debate is wider than that. This debate is not about saying the white people did this and the black people did this. This debate is about what we do in Barbadian society. The very fact that we're even in this chamber debating this, because I don't think that the other Caribbean territories and many other countries have not taken this on board, speaks volumes about our leadership. It speaks volumes about our seriousness. But the proof is really going to be at the end of the day in what we do in our respective ministries to make that transformation happen and to be able to ensure that our young people are equipped with the knowledge about the Panama Canal and about the people who left Barbados to build out the Panama Canal, because it's not taught in our schools. The fact that people will wear African attire for a period of African Awareness Week or a day, but have no understanding of any part of Africa or where the continent is in relation to the rest of the world, or what is the difference between any of the material that they are wearing, speaks volumes about the fact that those lives matter as well, as do ours and our understanding of who we are as a people. I wore a crown, sir, for 25 years on my head. Okay, my dreadlocks for 25 years on my head. I wore it proudly, sir. I wore it as a black woman, as a member for St. Michael East has pointed out. I am a black woman, sir. I am a Caribbean woman. I am a proud woman of this soil, sir. But I also understand my history. I understand where I have come from. And when I listen to our Prime Minister sometimes, you know, she's always talking about us making sure that we have a national consciousness. You know, when I think of the Barbados Labour Party and what we have done and what we started at the beginning of this year to do to make sure through the regathering concept that territory by territory in this country, parish by parish, was able to identify and to uplift persons who had contributed to this country, to each parish, and to create an awareness of who we were as a people, who we are as a people. I think this is particularly significant, and it would have, had COVID not happened, I know that it would have set a platform and a tone for what would happen in terms of our educational reforms and in terms of everything else that was happening. But I think what it did in the first few months for all of the members who were able to push forward the agenda for regathering, and for all who started to prepare, it made us dig a little bit deeper about our history, about the people in Barbadian society who have made a difference. It allowed us to, through the Pride of Barbados Awards, to be able to identify people who may not have been lawyers and doctors and the like, but ordinary Barbadians who, through our legislation in the last few years, have been able now to be recognized. They don't have to wait for some award from the Queen. They don't have to wait to be on an honors list. That is what this is about. It is about us realizing that we must have a sense of who we are, and as legislators, being able to pass legislation that will make a difference in the lives of people. I come from a proud legacy, sir, of a Barbados Labour Party family that has been at the forefront of ensuring that Black Lives Matter in the form of housing. I know that we have a lot on our plate, we've inherited a lot, and we have not been able to accelerate the housing in the way that we would like. But I know that it is coming. I know that it has been given the priority, sir, because I understand that if I am going to say to the people in St. Michael Southeast that their lives matter, then their social conditions and their economic conditions have to be improved, where they are no longer restricted to cramped conditions in which they must live and they must raise their children, but they must be given the equality with others who have more than them to be able to allow their children to do their homework in a separate space, or not to have to make decisions about who should sleep in the space in the one-bedroom unit in which they live. That, for me, is what is going to make sure that Black Lives Matter in Barbados. And it has nothing to do with the white people, as I said, or the black people. This is a debate, and it must be a debate about the things as a government, but also as a society that we do to make that transition. Barbadian society is very mixed. There's no point in us taking up the fire rage of people elsewhere. But what I believe we have to do is we have to call a spade, because we can't be saying that we're making transitions, but we're holding on to a colonial past. We have to accept who we are. And we are not just of our African origin, but we're also of our European origin, whether we like what they did or not. And therefore, we have a responsibility to find balance. That is what Nelson Mandela, that we speak about, that's what he did. He didn't come out of abolishing apartheid and then reaching a point where he discriminated against the same people who created the apartheid system. Nelson Mandela said, no discrimination for sex, for race, for anything. And that is the point that we must get to, where we find that balance, where we can understand who we are by our architecture and our European civilization, but we understand the struggle of the people across the seas that were brought here as slaves to this country, and who settled here, and who struggled, and who have gone through a system of brainwashing that we must now purge from their system to be able to create another generation who walks tall, as the Prime Minister say, who can stand tall with their head erect and their shoulders back, who is not afraid to walk into a room and walk across the room in front of everyone. That's the type of Barbadian we must create. But we can't create it by instilling hate. We can't create it by making people uncomfortable as they made us uncomfortable. I will not be a part of that because I got too much running through my veins. I accept who I am. I say to Barbadians, we advocate, we agitate, we educate, but we must never discriminate. And we must never put ourselves in a position where we make people so uncomfortable in their own skin when there are people out there who, regardless of what their history has shown them that their forefathers did, want to join our struggle. What do? We can't turn our back on them. That is not the Barbadian way. Barbadian society in itself has been made up of all kinds of people. And I think we got to come to a point where we accept who we are. We dismantle some of those barriers that have obviously held back our people. And we've started, because when you think of the trust loans was to empower black people. Prime Minister said, you got to risk on your people. If the banks aren't going to give you the loans, the Barbados government can give you the loans to be able to set up your businesses. And when you are successful, you pave the way for others to come to be successful. This is about dismantling the social welfare system. So that, as a member said earlier, that people are not dependent on the political class for their livelihood. That is the only point at which black lives are going to matter in this country. Where people are not waiting on handouts from the political class, but that true empowerment comes from the mindset that people have to be entrepreneurial. We have, the Honourable Member for St. George South and I have been in discussions about a paper he's bringing soon on the Financial Literacy Bureau. We've been in discussions about how do we get our young people to understand things about bonds and investment from the youngest age, not just for the adults. We've said, especially through this exercise of the BOSS program, the Prime Minister has taken great lengths, all of us on the committees have taken great lengths to talk to a country and walk a country through investment initiatives. Because it is something that, under a different era, would have been out of our reach. Would have been something that would never have been put on the table to be discussed. It would not have been a part of a consultation that black people would sit in a room and talk about and even want to be able to ask more questions about. That is how black lives will matter in this country. And I am proud to be part of an administration that is prepared to deconstruct, to use your words, PM, and reconstruct. Because every morning I wake up, it is about how do we do things differently. We all are frustrated from time to time with the processes of government. But the processes are us. Because if we continue to perpetuate a system that is full of processes and doesn't get the job done, then we are no better than the processes that have been created. Because you know what? The processes have been created by us and by people who look like us in some cases, and then people who don't look like us as well. But the fact of the matter is, it was created by people. So people have the ability also to dismantle the processes that are making it hard for black people to get loans, for small business owners to be able to set up their businesses, for people to be able to get access to housing and to have running water and all of those things. If black lives are to matter, we got to stamp out corruption in high and low places. And we've already started that movement to be able to ensure that people are held to account for wrongdoing. We said we want people we want to be transparent, we want people to be accountable. That's what we said. And that is part of making sure that black lives matter, that you're not pointing a finger and you're saying, this person is able a black person is elevated to a position because he was part of a political class or she was part of a political class and left the others behind. That is when black lives matter. And I wish that some members of the last administration could have appreciated that on coming to office, it wasn't about being responsible for the lives of a Democratic Labour Party set of persons mattering. We have come to office on a ticket that has given us such a resounding victory. And we as an administration have a responsibility to ensure that all Barbadian, black lives, all lives in this country actually matter and that we can make a difference. So I support this resolution. I thank the Honourable Member for Christchurch South for bringing the resolution to this chamber. I believe that there's much to be learned from this experience of what we have seen. I know that even within our own society, we have our challenges from time to time, but I know that we don't have it to the extent of what we see perpetuated outside. Let us be clear and focused in what it is that we are supporting. I know that we are empathetic to what is happening in the United States, and perhaps because of the leadership at this juncture in the United States, it is perhaps more alarming and it perhaps outrages people more in terms of their sensibilities. The fact of the matter is we have strong leadership in Barbados and we have to accept and appreciate that black lives matter, and this administration is doing all within its power to ensure that all lives in our society matter. To that, Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise in this debate to lend my voice to the resolution which has been appropriately filed by the Honourable Member for Christchurch South. And I want to thank him for facilitating this debate. That is not a debate with the whip on, because it's a private members' debate, and it allows us to speak on matters which we are passionate, but also on matters that are critical for those in our region and in our country to have a better sense of how and what we face. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say at the outset that for this Parliament to find time to accommodate the member for Christchurch South with this resolution is a matter that makes me absolutely proud, because over the course of the last 30 years in my political career, and indeed before, I've never had to wonder about where I stand or who I am. I've never had to wonder about the battles which I choose to lend my voice to and my energy to. And Mr. Speaker, fortuitously, I had the good fortune of doing a number of things across the course of my life that has allowed me to better appreciate why these struggles are critical for us to continue to carry. And the irony is that we may not complete the race, but we have to run our leg of the race and pass on the baton, comforted by the fact that we have done our best to carry people to the next level and to remove injustice wherever it is found. And Mr. Speaker, in these debates, you can sound powerful and highbrow, or we can get to the core of the facts. You know, when you listen to the lyrics that reinforce the message of the Emperor Haile Selassie as he delivered them at the United Nations, the speech then would have moved the room and would have moved the passion of Pan-Africanists and others who may have felt that they were the victims of injustice across the world. But it was only when Bob Marley took the lyrics and popularized them in the song War that we were able to start to see those lyrics cause people to think differently, until the philosophy, which holds one race superior and another inferior, is finally and permanently discredited and abandoned. Everywhere is war. Now, when those lyrics were sung, they are so fundamental and basic that it is difficult for anyone to disagree with them until the philosophy that holds one race superior and another inferior transpose that now to the reality. By holding one man superior and another inferior, one woman superior and another inferior. That is what, regrettably, the Americas in the post-European colonization of the Americas from north to south, that is what was imposed on us as a philosophical construct. And when you hear people talk about Barbados being the first postmodern experiment in racism, many of us know about it more than we are prepared to talk. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have given more speeches over the course of the last 30 years on this matter than I can probably remember. And there are times when I have done it with anger. There are times when I've done it with pride. And there are times when I do it with almost tears, reflective of a construct of power globally that does not know how to make real at the international level even that which they fail to make real at the national and domestic level. I don't think that there is any image in recent times that has been more heart-wrenching than the sight of a boot on the neck of a tall, large, big, black man. And to hear a man call for his mother in the way in which George Floyd called for his mother is what I think more than anything else has sparked the emotions of a global community, Mr. Speaker, things don't change overnight. And I heard the member for St. Michael East saying that he thinks that this is now the moment. I pray it is the moment, and we will work towards it. But I have seen the construct of power divide us as easily today as they did centuries and decades ago. I have seen the absence of solidarity in the small things that we do that should cause us to wonder, what is it that we are really trying to fight for? And I want to locate this government, but also my own self, in understanding and helping others to understand that this is a journey that we cannot abandon at all. But it is one that is unlikely to give us what we need and want immediately. And that is why you hear me talk all the time about claiming ground and moving, claiming ground and moving, and building the platform for the next one to come and to come and to come and to come. I can't imagine that I have an uncle who would have been cast as a rebel and an outcast in this country in the late 60s and the early 70s, simply for saying that the working class people of this nation should not be unfared or should be given opportunities that hitherto they did not receive, or in understanding as far back as then the need to be able to fight for economic enfranchisement, because he understood that economic enfranchisement and economic power was fundamentally about choice. And that's why you hear me talk all the time about closing the circle of enfranchisement. Because while having been started by the Right Excellent Charles Duncan O'Neill and Grant Lee Adams and others who fought in those early days and passed to the workers, such that the Workers' Union was formed 3 years later in 1941. And Sir Hugh Springer and Sir Frank Walken and others carried the battle. The social enfranchisement came. But as all of you have said in here today, the most difficult has always been and will always be the economic enfranchisement. I can't imagine that this parliament in which we debate today would have at one time been that instrument of oppression. And mercifully, this political party, which I have the honor to lead, would have done more to be able to turn this parliament from an instrument of oppression to a tool of empowerment than any other political party in this country. And I say it conscious that that is what roots us. But having removed the vestiges of legal discrimination for the most part, and I say only for the most part, because the Honourable Member for St. Peter has to bring before this Honourable Chamber two pieces of legislation. One that speaks to anti-discrimination in the workplace, and the other one that seeks to bring this country to the point where it needed to have been, and that is to ensure that discrimination is justiciable, not only when the state commits the act of discrimination, but when the people of the nation commit the act of discrimination. And Mr. Speaker, you know better than most that while the fundamental rights and freedoms of our Constitution impose that in a limited way on the state, there is no such imposition on private individuals in Barbados. It is wrong. But it will be dealt with, and the Honourable Member for St. Peter, both as the Minister of Labour, as well as the Minister responsible for the Social Justice Committee. And I hope that it will secure the support of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, because he too, I know, was one who put forward to me the concept of the Social Justice Committee. That is true. The Honourable Member for St. Michael West put forward to me, along with a number of others in this Honourable Chamber, the concept of a Social Justice Committee. And we could have ignored it, but we didn't. And we didn't ignore it because we understand that the pursuit of social justice must remain that one thing that all Barbadians go after. Because when you have a history as we have, that has divided us, that has torn us apart, that has discriminated against us, individually, collectively, that we need to have the continuous understanding that we must never embrace a philosophy that holds one race superior and another inferior. And Mr. Speaker, if we recognize that, then we recognize that social justice is not only about the legal vestiges of discrimination, but it is about the practices of how we treat one another, the failure to provide opportunities, the ability to be able to discriminate, even if not in a tangible way, but the manner in which we treat to other people. And that's not on. And so much did we recognize it, that is one aspect of the coin. The other aspect is the continuous undermining and degradation of the environment within which our people must function. And what do I mean? The construct of racism could only succeed for centuries if it was allowed to permeate every aspect of human activity. Physically, mentally, socially, economically. My uncle was to be seen as a bandit in the Black Power movement, and everybody else who wore big afros were to be seen as rebels. That this country, I can't even begin to understand that there was controversy in Barbados in the mid-80s about emancipation lectures. You understand that within our lifetime, that this country was almost torn apart as to whether there should be an emancipation lecture. Emancipation without which none of us would be standing here. So that it became immediately apparent that what has been foisted on us for centuries is not going to just dissipate just so. And in a very real sense, what you're seeing in the United States of America is different stages and phases. And they were always fighting a battle that was more difficult and complex than ours because of the power construct there. And why? Our emancipation came earlier than theirs. We talk about universal adult suffrage here with pride, as we should. 1951. The removal of qualifications to be able to choose your own destiny and to vote. But yet I have family in the US who are still fighting to help register people to be able to vote, who are being disenfranchised for all other kinds of reasons that we don't quite appreciate, because that's not our system of government. And if you can't vote, and if you can't have a say as to who you choose, then you are at risk of being subjected to policies that would disenfranchise you, that would disadvantage you, that would literally leave you out to sea. And then you have the mental space. Don't stand out too long in the sun. You're going to get too dark. Why you don't try and go and comb your hair? Oh, for black women is even better. Why you don't put little goldies in your hair? Last time I spoke about the bleaching. And I'm saying to us, the one thing we're not going to be able to do in today's world is to block information. In any event, our race does not tolerate censorship well because of the deprivation that came for centuries for us. But we have to root our people. And it is our obligation to root our people. It is our obligation to educate them. It is our obligation to be able to create the opportunities. And that is why, and I've heard, was it member for St. Michael East who referred to tangentially the World Conference on Racism. For a year, I led that for Barbados. And I've made the point before that the only reason I didn't end up in Durban was because of internal domestic cabinet reshuffle. On the day before I was to travel, when I became Attorney General, and I asked Sir Hilary Beckles to take over for me, and I thank him for carrying the battle well. But I know what it was to be in Chile and to go into a room. I've never in my life seen so many black Latin American people in any space as I saw in that room in Chile, because that's not the image that is portrayed across the world, other than World Cup football. Other than World Cup football, or a few other sports. And we made the point that we have a real issue that has to be discussed and resolved with respect to reparations. That is not a spiteful battle. That is not meant to be a wicked battle, but is meant to recognize that you cannot extract wealth from these nations over and over and over and over and over, carry it somewhere else, and then tell you, make your way with what you got. And when I make you independent, there's no development compact to give us the opportunity to fill the void from the continuous extraction of wealth, not to mention the social disgracing and the personal bad treatment that went with it. And we have to be able to hold now our own as a people, confident that we have come far, but that there are still aspects of our own society where the vestiges of discrimination and in some instances hatred reside too comfortably for us. And we have, not just as a government, but we, when I say we, I mean Bajans, all of us, have to undertake that responsibility, especially with respect to how, one, we treat each other, and two, how we treat to the unit of strength and success in our society, the family. And I don't mean the normal nuclear family, I mean the big family, the village. And Mr. Speaker, I pray that we will continue on this course. Why does the Covenant of Hope have as its first objective settling the issue of national consciousness, the renewal of our identity? Because, Mr. Speaker, I have been on this earth now long enough and seen what it has done to too many people who could be more, who could strive for more, but who have a difficulty because of the extent to which they feel that they are not equal to or good enough for. And all of these are part of the things that cause us not to be able to do more as a country and reach further as a nation and as a people. And Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, that is why we've said all the time that there are going to be difficult conversations. I don't know how many members in this House have read these 2 volumes, but you need to. And you need to read them not as a Bible, but you also need to read them as a reference point to see how far we have come in the 20 years, but equally to be reminded of how much further we have to go. And this is the report of the Committee of National Reconciliation that Sir Keith Hunt would have chaired. The Cabinet on the 1st of July 1999 would have set up this committee. And Mr. Speaker, it was delivered in December 2000. It is to my regret that the country does not embrace it and use it as a platform for deeper conversation. Because the reconciliation is going to be, yes, on race, but there's also going to have to be an understanding and reconciliation on the basis of age. And one of the things that stood out in this, and I see it so clearly in front of me, the difference in perspective of those who are younger, who are not frightened to ask for change in the world, and we are seeing it in the United States of America and in almost every other country that has seen people get up and speak. They're saying enough is enough. And when you hear me call for a global leadership initiative, it is not because I don't believe that countries are irrelevant, but I recognize that the United Nations was established 75 years ago at a time when there was no independent nation called Barbados. There was no independent nation called Ghana. There was no independent nation called India. Or India was just coming. India was 48. So that you set the rules of global engagement before we existed, before you say us. And I'm not sure if that's the reason why they still don't see us sufficiently. I give a speech of lamentations as a black woman, as a black leader, as a leader of a black nation, because the power continues to be constructed in a way where our voices are marginalized, and where the oxygen that we need to fuel economic growth is diminished. And this is the level of countries I'm talking about. No, I didn't even get down to individuals. And that the framework for economic deprivation, the taking of oxygen that is necessary to fuel economic growth, is removed from the room, such that the nations, the young nations of the world, the small nations of the world, have to ask themselves, can I breathe too? Or is it that I am simply to be here and to be counted and noticed 2 or 3 times a year? Namaste, namaste, namaste. Good to see you. And that's it. Or do we matter sufficiently for us to take on the battles, the Caribbean countries have been calling for a vulnerability index for 30 years. I have spoken ad nauseum about it. And why? Because if you say you can't go to this bank, you can't go to that bank, you can't borrow for this, you can't do for this, you've effectively constrained me. How different is that constraining of us as a country from the constraining of an individual who does not feel as though they belong because whatever they do in the system, they are criminalized and penalized and sent on a path from which there can be no redemption. But even God provides redemption. But when we are taken with the elixir that makes us forget, and we're given some freedoms that make us fat and make us drink and make us do all of these things, or when we are the subject of divide and rule, then it is easy to continue to bear the pain of these injustices. It is easy to continue then to ignore the fact that you really ain't getting nowhere. And as far as we go, as far as we carry this nation, the injustices of the global society will continue to constrain us. Because however much you say that we are a sovereign nation with certain rights under an international order, there are some who are more equal than others. They're called the Permanent Five in the Security Council. And the rest fight for that vote, divide for that vote. But we are all equal. Then there are those who say only certain members shall have nuclear power. No, I don't think anybody should have nuclear power. But how do you think others feel when you accord to yourself certain benefits and you say to the rest, none shall eat, none shall have, none shall do? And therefore, I ask myself, what have we done to continue to deserve this? And when are we going to realize that the power of the people is greater than the people in power? Internationally and nationally. And that we have a responsibility to bring our people along. But as we bring them along, we have a responsibility that we must root them too, and they must be rooted. Because if we do to each other that which we should not do, then how do we distinguish ourselves from those who did to us? And that's the point the member for St. Michael Southeast was making. And that is why I say all the time that I am a New Testament girl. I really am. I believe in the power of love. I believe in the... I hear Ambassador Commijon talking now about the humanizing spirit of the Caribbean. I believe in these things so much. To my own disadvantage sometimes, because you want to help everyone, and we don't yet have the capacity to help everyone as we would like, because we have now to keep growing and growing and growing. But for that to happen, we have to root our people and let our people understand that it is not simply about somebody coming to liberate you. It is about you liberating yourself. It is about mental emancipation. It is about understanding that if you go looking for the little trala that somebody might offer you, then you have lost the ability to stay the course. And I'm not judging anybody, but I just want to make the point that these are the things that stop us from reaching the destination that we need to reach, because they understand that human beings are more often than not lulled into different paths by reason of their wants and needs, and not held back by their principles. Our duty is to help change that. And Mr. Speaker, we are not perfect. And this country has not given us that perfection either. But it is up to us to pursue it. And it is up to us to create the ambience, to create the environment that small children, black, white, Indian, Chinese, whoever, understand, as we see in that brilliant meme that's going around, that was with the two little boys hugging each other, running to each other and hugging. That it is up to us to honor our people, honor our history. When this government introduced the concept of the freedom of Barbados, it is because we felt that we needed to have an expression of an honor that is ours truly, and not in the image of people who would have been otherwise using their honors to exploit and to gain. When this government chose, as the Minister of Education reminded us, with the trust loan, if we don't take a chance on our own, Mr. Speaker, tell me who will. When the last government to which I belong chose to establish the Police Complaints Authority, they established it because they know that you have incidents by everybody. You have good and bad politicians, you have good and bad men, good and bad women, good and bad singers, good and bad managers, good and bad police, good and bad doctors, good and bad teachers. That's just the nature of life. And those who spend time on their phone trying to take out 60 seconds or 30 seconds to make a political point that does not even resonate, I say good to you. But what we must not do is to so ascribe to ourselves powers of divinity as if we are that one race that is superior, or that we are that one race that is inferior. We all bleed. We all breathe oxygen. The pandemic has laid us bare, from leaders to paupers, exposed to a virus that has come to decimate and to reclaim parts of the earth, some may argue, and parts of our humanity. A virus that has taught us the value of life. A virus that has taught us the value of family. A virus that has taught us the value of work. A virus that has taught us the value of our environment. A reset that many will argue was absolutely essential for humanity. But a virus also that has laid bare the racism of the world. For if that virus had not come, and if this pandemic was not virulent, the potential for the response to George Floyd's death would never, in my view, have mushroomed as much as it did. But we had the attention of the entire world, because the world was not busy running and making money and fighting battles and doing this and that. The world was trying to heal. And in the midst of healing, an act that is all too familiar to our people, that is all too much a part of our history, became a part of our present and threatened to want to continue to be a part of our future. Mr. Speaker, no human being is perfect, but human beings must aspire to treat each other with dignity, and with empathy. A young girl with great courage stood by and taped what happened. Was she conscious of the consequences for what might befall her for what she did? I don't know. But we give thanks for her courage. And we give thanks also for the reality that this younger generation is prepared to speak truth to power in real and powerful ways, but that they also have a tool that previous generations did not have in the same way. And it is the power of technology to mobilize. It was the power of technology that led to the Arab Spring. It was the power of technology that has led to other different political movements across the world. It is the power of technology that will call out injustice wherever it is found, from the United States of America to Timbuktu, from Barbados to Europe, from Africa to China, wherever it is found. But it is up to us to also use the power of technology to allow our people to lift themselves up, lift each other up, and to allow us to recognize that the globe needs the humanizing factor of us in this region, of the fact that we are still capable of thinking and caring about each other in small ways and not just big ways, of the fact that we are still prepared to call out injustice, even if it means that sometimes we carry the penalties. I've told you that many times small state leaders have had to pay for their beliefs. But the mark of our successful journey on this earth is not the wealth that we amass in cash, but it is our ability to look into the mirror and to see ourselves, to love ourselves, and to remain principled to the things that matter, knowing that sometimes you may fall, but get back up and dust yourself off. Is this a highbrow speech? Probably for some. But is this fundamentally about what this journey on this earth is about? Yes, it is. I have said enough to show that even in my short space on this earth, in this country, I have seen the differences come. But I also say that as we pursue the additional progress that we must make and to create the opportunities for our people, that I don't want us ever to be so powerful that we forget who we are, so powerful that we forget the journey. And sometimes when I hear the ease with which others are prepared to lay off people in this country, I ask myself, for real, were you really carrying that much pain that you had to drop everybody just so? Or could you hold on for a little bit longer? Because in this season, we will not succeed if everybody insists on their absolute rights, because there just simply is not the capacity to entertain it given the disruption that has been caused by this pandemic. And what therefore matters is coming together as one people with one mission and recognizing not that a little bit content is great gain in the way in which we were told that, because that was told to us to keep us down, but recognizing that the pursuit of all that you want to the exclusion of everyone else is a perfect recipe for anarchy. Is a perfect recipe for anarchy. And that is why our humanity is structured in such a way for us to care and to empathize, because it is in that caring and empathizing that there is first and foremost the most important thing to me in my life and in my judgment of people: generosity of spirit. If you do not have a generous spirit, you cannot walk this life easily and add value to others, and quite frankly, benefit from others. And that generosity of spirit requires an inner confidence in who you are, and the ability to look into the mirror and love yourself. And I want to remind us, just of one paragraph from this document, because even as we come to grips with the horrific murders yesterday, we have to understand that this country cannot continue to bear the weight of mental health problems anymore. And that there is no disgrace in treating people physically for illness. There must be no disgrace, Mr. Speaker, for treating people mentally for illness. And we have seen 9 people, I believe the Honourable Attorney General reminded me, in the last 15 months, lose their lives in this country. 9 people, at least, at the hands of 3 people whose mental capacity was at the very least questionable, if not more. And Mr. Speaker, that mental health requires more than not being bipolar. It requires more than not being schizophrenic. It requires wellness. And for wellness to happen, it requires first and foremost accepting who you are and loving who you are, warts and all, strengths and all. And if I have to pass judgment on what is the greatest difficulty that we have in this country, it is that we have not sufficiently rooted our families to love each other, to take care of each other, to be peaceful with each other, and to remove the other disorder of public health. Not COVID alone, but violence. But violence. And if we're going to do that, then we must call it for what it is, when it happens, where it happens, how it happens. Yes, for the boot on George Floyd's neck. But yes, for the other little boy who might be shot over a deal that gone bad, or shot under a tree, Mr. Speaker, like you know and I know, for a gambling disagreement, or attacking your spouse because your spouse and you can't get along no more. The disease of violence, the public health disorder of violence, is rooted fundamentally out of, in my view, lack of identity. Lack of identity. And that is why this government, and I pray to the point of wanting to cry, that those who have responsibility for leading this country going forward will continue to recognize that the most important thing is rooting our people. We are accustomed to gale force winds. We are an island, 166 square miles, the northeast trade winds blow over us. But because we are accustomed to gale force winds, we have to root our people, and to root them such that they may swing with the winds, but never shall they break because they know who they are and they know what their responsibilities are and not simply their rights. And Mr. Speaker, this will not be achieved by a single electoral term. It will not be achieved by a single government, but it can be achieved by a people. And I pray that whether it is the voices of those in here in this parliament, or whether it is the youngsters who want to be global citizens with Bajan roots, or whether it is the elders like those who we should not see in the gallery, but who we see who are most honourable. And since I don't want Westminster to choke me, I will say the most honourable Anthony Carter. Whatever it is, we have to settle on a mission that there has to be a culture of love and a culture of peace to raise people in a way where they can go out and do well, do good works. Forget about Christianity then if you don't want to hear good works. To understand Ubuntu. Go to the Quran. Whatever religion you come from, there is a fundamental coincidence of interest on the issue of love and of caring, of peace and of goodwill. And we somehow speak about it only when we are in a building designed for it, a church or a mosque, or we speak about it when there are certain ritual events. But we need to speak about it daily in the small things that we do and in the large things that we do. And I end therefore by saying, a culture of peace must be based on a firmer foundation than the absence of conflict. These are the words of distinguished Barbadians who met for just under 18 months and who at the turn of the millennium, black and white, old and young, and read it into the record for the purposes of the future. Chaired by Sir Keith Hunt, the Right Reverend Rufus Broom, former Bishop of Barbados, the great distinguished elder who has now left us, Professor Kamau Braffett, Ambassador David Comijong, he's now ambassador, he wasn't then, David Ellis, Sir Alan Fields, Mr. Ishi Kesaram, Sir John Stanley Goddard, Reverend Gerald Seal, Joy Workman, Senator Sir Roy Trotman, Senator Trotman as he then was, Sir Roy Trotman as he is now, and Chantal Munro Knight, who was perhaps the youngest of them all. And they said that a culture of peace must be based on a firmer foundation than the absence of conflict. Did they have the foresight to know that that absence of conflict would not necessarily necessitate peace in the land of our birth? It is as prescient a statement as I know. And they went on that this observation underlines the importance to Barbados of building a strong sense of community across all potential fault lines, demarcated by class, race, ethnicity, gender, religion, or political affiliation. And I will add to that the taboo sexual orientation. You cannot have little boys and girls in this country worried about the fact that people will not like them because of their color, or their height, or their size, or their gender, or their class, or their sexual orientation. Because when we do that, we do not get the full potential from them. George Floyd's daughter will not see her father. But we know of so many others in our own family who were the victims of separation and who could not be there for each other. And hence, if we knew that that was part of our past, how do we remedy it for our future? How do we accept responsibility for each other and each other's children? And as I said, as recently as Saturday night in talking to the diaspora, talk with each other and not talk to or talk at each other. And Mr. Speaker, I hope that this resolution will spur in the minds of all that if each of us, as Mahatma Gandhi says, be the change that we want to see in the world in which we live, then perhaps the member for St. Michael East might not be only hopeful, but might well be able, along with others, to see a pace of change at a faster pace, because change has happened. The question is, how do we make it faster? Because injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. And while we do that at the individual level of country, within the country, how do we replicate it in the international community such that there is no one race who is superior and another who is inferior, such that there are no lamentations about the use of bias and unconscious bias and privilege, that makes some people the standard bearers without an election, without consensus, without anything. But the power of might, in schools that's called bullying. In schools we deprecate it. But at the global level, it is called power based on premises of philosophy that hold one race superior and another inferior. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have the capacity to outmaneuver and outfight, but we can only do it united as one people. And that is why over and over I ask, what is the mission? If the mission is clear, then the only answer is that we want to hear from the rest of the population is the answer that comes to the question, are you on board? Are you on board to make this country a better country and to create opportunities for people in spite of what happened in the past? And can we leave from this point knowing that we have the responsibility to move people? We never forget what happens in the past. It inspires us. But the day that we behave like those who behaved in the past is the day that we will not get where we need to go, because it will just be the spark of another race being superior and another inferior. And me say, that is war. It was war 2,000 years ago. It was war with the Moors and the Europeans almost 1,000 years ago. It was war in Africa. It was war in India. It is war today in parts of the world that should not be taking place. It is true that the power of technology is repositioning the power of the individual over the power of the state in ways that we haven't quite come to grips with and to how we are going to manage it. But if we lead honestly and fairly and give people opportunity, then I truly believe, Mr. Speaker, that the power of the nation state that is being circumscribed by those who believe that they belong to a superior race will be complemented by the power of the individuals globally, their nation states and ours, who say that I have the capacity to reason, I have the capacity to know that I bleed no differently, I breathe no differently, and to that extent, I will not tolerate injustice anywhere. I thank the Parliament of Barbados for being courageous enough in the year 2020 to have a mature discussion. It's not easy, but the blows of the cat o' nine or the mutilation that went with the institution of slavery was not easy. The economic deprivation that takes place either domestically or internationally is not easy. And therefore the conversations that must inevitably come are equally not easy. Are we up to the task? I do believe so. Are we on board for the mission? I trust and pray so. And will we make it? It's up to us. But if enough of us get on the train to make the journey and to undertake the mission, then I believe that there are those who will stand in this, not here, probably the next place, but in this chamber 50 years or 100 years from now. And in the same way we reflect on what the 1930s riots did as an expression of a determination of a people to claim their destiny, I trust and pray that those who in the future will look back at this moment in time and say, in spite of the risk of retaliation for simply speaking your mind and for simply embracing a philosophy, the people in the Parliament of Barbados stood up and took a stand. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Can you all give it to Honourable Member for St. Philip North, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Philip North.
It won't be long. First off, I want to extend my sympathies and condolences to the families of Mr. James and Griffith that lost their lives so tragically yesterday. My heart, although I don't know you, my heart is with you. This is one of the hardest speeches I will make because I'm speaking after the Honourable Prime Minister. And that is by no means fun. Anyway, we shall go on. I too am aware of the instances of the blatant and absolute disregard for life through racism in the United States. I too agree with the members of the House who repeatedly added their thoughts with respect to the murder of George Floyd, and I agree. I too am aware of instances in our very Barbados where I met a lady once that she took a dip in her employer's pool, black lady. The next day the pool was drained because of the color of her skin. I know of instances where staff in Barbados of hotels and restaurants would have been called nigger by white guests. I have witnessed myself people of the lighter color than I am, instead of waiting in a waiting room, they choose to sit in their cars till the black people would have gone. I got to the point where I told a receptionist of mine, if you go to the car to retrieve her, do not come back. You have to demand respect for yourself. I, like everyone here, sympathize, but maybe to a lesser extent empathize with the march that was held outside of the U.S. Embassy recently. I understand it, I support it to some extent, but there are deeper issues there. Maybe I would have chosen another day when the staff would have been at work. Maybe I would have dealt with issues that would have been confronting Barbadians and the rest of the Caribbean. In applying for a visa, I never had the problems, fortunately. In applying for a visa in an open room, being embarrassed by the questions you would have been asked, being rejected after paying money, sometimes a plane ticket to come here to ask for a visa, and being refused because of the thought of your not wanting to come home back to Barbados and instead choosing to stay in the USA. I, for one, believe that any person coming out of the U.S. should ask for a visa to come to Barbados and not the other way around. But as the Honourable Prime Minister would have said recently, I had, like everybody else, had a few hours of wait from 3 o'clock to maybe 5 o'clock this morning. I'm able to sleep with the thoughts of how to present this. And I too had to have a look in the mirror for our people. Yes, there's blatant racism out there. We don't see it in the obvious ways in Barbados. But at the same time, I had to ask myself, what are the black people of Barbados doing for themselves with respect to correcting the atrocity of racism? I had to ask, Black Lives Matter to who? Do Black Lives Matter to us Barbadians? Black Lives Matter to whom? The opposition leader spoke earlier about our attitude. The attitude of the people have to change, and I have to agree. We still have people in Barbados that are somehow subservient to white people, for want of a better word, somehow feeling diminished being in their presence. I've watched people actually shake speaking to Caucasian people. I've met a lady once, I think I spoke about it here, a patient of mine. She had a light son and a darker son, but the darker son she considered ugly. She grew up in the plantocracy. And I would have asked her, why do you think your son was ugly? And she said to me, because he's dark, white people are much prettier. That kind of attitude has to leave our psyche. And this is one of the reasons that we are being held back by the burden and the weight of racism. We have to look at ourselves. We have to look inward. I'm speaking about places, things like agriculture, where, and I've spoken to this and I'm very disappointed by it, but where the farmers in St. Philip have to put up with a white landowner damming a stream against all the laws, old laws by the way, but still valid laws, against all the laws in Barbados which outlines the ways to dam and how many hours we have people up there suffering for water because one landowner decided to block a stream to have a recreational lake. It's beyond a pond, it's a lake. I think these are issues that we need to band together. Black people do not need to stand for it, but for some reason we do. A group of black farmers should have been able to fix this problem with the help of our ministers. We need to band together and look at ourselves. They're asking why are the powers that be are not acting when the laws are written. These are serious issues. Many small farmers have problems with predial larceny, and guess what? The thieves look like me. The thieves, the people who steal from landowners, black, small, and sometimes large farmers look like me. Why do we have to be like that towards ourselves, Mr. Speaker? Black Lives Matter to who? Yes, some of us might say some of the larger landowners, farm owners are white and they're stealing from them. But who works with the larger landowners? Who won't get that bonus because, and they know for a fact, $40,000 in produce was stolen? It hurts us. So, Black Lives Matter to who? We are riddled with crimes. Luckily, the COVID stopped some of it. I hope we could blame it on that. But we are riddled with crimes of black against black. Black Lives Matter to who? Do we, the black people, think about these things when somebody that looks like me break into somebody else's house that look like me? When somebody rapes their daughter, usually looking like me too. When you have a problem like that and the police officer comes and tries to negotiate with the parent of a 5-year-old victim of rape, negotiate with a parent for them to sit down and talk with the perpetrator so that no arrest will happen. Black Lives Matter to who, Mr. Speaker? I try not to get passionate with this, but it's hard. It's really hard. We have black people, I assume, I don't know if they have the assailant, but more than likely, who decide to break into houses like the one in River in the dead of the night or the early morning, however you choose to look at it, to kill people that look like them, black Barbadians. It makes you wonder, Black Lives Matter to who? To whom, for want of better English. We need to invest in the police force. We need to appreciate what they do. We need to add to the police force. We need to spend some of the resources to them. And I also ask, and there's a perception, and I'm happy that the Minister of Education is who she is, because I believe she means well. For many years, many governments, people consider the tongue schools. That's what rural people call them. Anything out to St. Philip is tongue. White people, schools, large schools in tongue are perceived as being better and are treated better. But we have a good Minister of Education that I know she's fighting to correct that ill. How many? We have, I think the last number I heard is 6,500 black students. I'm assuming black. Has to be mostly black students. Would have been lacking for IT equipment for school. How many of those were black people? You know what's the problem? Black people have a tendency not to support themselves. Black lives matter to who? My mother always said, I'm going to use the proper word this time. Look at the Indian man that is selling clothes. He starts with a bicycle. His family gets together, and then he has a Suzuki van. Family gets together, and then he owns a store in Swan Street. How many black people do that? Why can't we emerge out of the racism? Partly because we accept it. We do not support each other. Many races consider black people to be like crabs in a barrel. Everybody crawling over that. We need to get out of this mentality. We have made progress. Everybody's talked about free education regardless of who is taking the claim for it. And many of us would not have got this far without it. We do well in school, sitting beside the white student. And I'm not racist by any means. This is observation. We do better than them. We go on to university. A lot of them play the fool. I knew some. But at the end of the day, a friend of mine used to say, their bread is buttered with ham. We go away with scholarships or whatever, get an education, a good education. Come back here, not a job in sight. But yeah, the best job you could get is something under your qualifications, and the man above you is the manager, white, because that's daddy's company. Why can't black people own more companies and hire our own? Black lives matter to who? To whom? The empire is looking down on me, so I have to be correct. I remember, I will admit it, I was never brought up in a home where I felt that I was beneath anybody. But I was raised by parents who, looking back now, would have been conscious of where black people belonged and where white people stood in the community. I have a sister, a twin. We went in two different directions with education. She was adamant. I think that was the first quarrel I heard between her and my parents. She was adamant. She had a scholarship too. She wanted to do chemical engineering. My father said chemical engineering to come back here and do what? Work in a factory. It was real for him that even though she comes back with those qualifications, the white class owns these places. She changed her career that same day for the better. He brought us up to be entrepreneurs, and as at this point, I have to give kudos to the Honourable Member for St. George South and the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central for the initiatives that they are bringing, and I am very grateful. Black people, black children, black young adults need to see these things happening for us, because black lives matter to us. Thank you. And then we speak about, with all of that, we speak about brain drain. But if you could find a job overseas that will pay you twice as much as you could come back here and find, the brain will have to be drained. Because the truth is, if I were in that position, I'm not sure what I would do. If I could study nursing and then can't get a job and have to work at a gas station or be a cashier. I have people that did accounting and are cashiers in supermarkets. Because black lives matter. I'm going to take my time. I don't want to miss anything I wrote. Then we have businesses here, black-owned businesses, white-owned businesses. But at the end of the day, we saw COVID. COVID brought many small businesses down to the ground nearly. And many large businesses also. The market was opened up. Some of the small vendors, food vendors, vegetable vendors did well, but you know where the rush was? Chefette supermarket, restaurants. Non-black owned establishments we are willing to patronize rather than our own. Black Lives Matter to whom? These are the things that are in the mirror when you're looking at the other people behind me. We have establishments, I don't want to call the names again, maybe, that treat their black staff badly. How could you, in good conscience, prefer to throw? I know all the health regulations. I know it. How could you, in good conscience, opt to throw away good food at the end of the day rather than giving a single mother the leftovers to take home? I have known people who have been fired for this. Believe it or not, food that will end up in the toilet the next day. Funny but true. Think about it, it's true, food for thought. Sir, I run a breakfast program. Truth is, I do most of the cooking myself every morning, 5 days a week for entire terms, a year and a half now. I reached out to the black business owners in St. Philip North, in town. I think I got a favorable response for one. I am feeding black children in this country, and I cannot get a donation from black business owners in Barbados to help feed my black children. But the white man might give me one. Black Lives Matter to whom? If we do not respect and appreciate our own, what is the fight about? How long will the fight last? Because it seems this happens every, 2 decades? I was not present for Martin Luther King and had Malcolm X. Every few years this is happening. We got George Floyd now. Barbados is getting on board. I agree with we need to support our own. But we need to support our own black people as black people. So a couple members mentioned the banks and the opportunities open to the banks, and it won't belabor that because it was mentioned already. But thank God for credit unions that were designed to help people like me to save, to get loans, to get mortgages. Kudos to them. The Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast already spoke about housing. I have people in my constituency, if I show you pictures, house in pieces, on property that is not their own. You reach out to organizations, you reach out to ministries, cannot get help. Cannot get help. And I do not intend to go to the next elections to houses like that in my community. Haven't got a clue where to go yet, but I'll get it worked out. We have to support our own. We have to. Recently, and I meant to write an article on this, but this is how much Black Lives Matter to some that look like me. The newspapers, a couple of them were flooded with pictures of one of my opponents. I'm confused. I'm not sure who my opponent will be. Real confusing.
Honourable, don't think you will have any in the next election. I don't think you have any in the next election.
Thank you, sir.
Ceteris paribus, all things being equal.
Thank you, sir. But they saw it fit to put pictures of people that look like me, handing them hampers. When black people like me have the dignity, I would not be doing that.
Honourable, trust me.
I'm good.
The person who you saw handing out or delivering those hampers will not be a candidate in the next election.
Sir, this is why I said I'm confused. I'm very confused. Because next week it might be another one. Nevertheless, that's using my black people. That is using my black people. How many white people you saw giving out hampers and taking pictures of their family? How many Indians doing it? Not one. Our black people cannot be sacrificed for votes. Our black people we have to move them out of the mindset that they need to contact the representative, political representative, to get a job somewhere, to write a letter to even apply. I am sick of complaining about this. A person with the qualifications do not need me or should not need me to apply for a job in any ministry. Anywhere. I saw a fellow yesterday, plumber, carpenter, masonry, all the papers. He remembers people going to school with him that was friends with some minister somewhere. All of them got top jobs, not a qualification. And he feels slighted and abandoned by people that look like me. Black Lives Matter to whom? Know what I mean? And I can take the opportunity for God, I will reel back to the donations with the media. I saw, and I was so disappointed, the Nation newspapers recently, 2 families in St. Philip constituencies, they saw it fit to put in a newspaper, and it was obviously a mental problem, where a house was, the person was a hoarder. Mentioned her name, mentioned that she had 2 children. Good God, Mr. Speaker. One of them was 13 years old. He has to go to school. He has to face the public. But it's better to sell papers by sacrificing my black people. Because it works. It took a newspaper article to get a woman to be helped. And I'm not blaming the administration, but their neighbors, their people around us, you don't really know her story. But it took that for people to understand where she's living. And pretty pictures of the children that have to face other children. Have you ever been teased by a child as a child? You can't do this to my black people. They should know better. And that was burning me to say I'm glad I had the opportunity today. Not much longer, Mr. Speaker. But I want to close up more or less by saying that black people need to support each other. I have been to once, a couple years back, when I was building my house and went to buy tiles. Walked around the room like an idiot, can't get help. White woman walk in. How many tiles you want? I walked out. I'm not putting up with foolishness. My father didn't raise me so. But Black Lives Matter to whom? We still have that innate sense of slavery that I don't know how the member for St. Michael East gonna get it out. But that needs to go. But all that being said, when we leave and hear what is next, I will admit this to the House. Never admit it to anybody but my family. The first time I walked up the steps of Parliament, and I'm not ungrateful to get here. I'm happy that the people voted me in to get here. But I felt little. I did not feel the flutter in my chest like some of the other members felt, because I felt like I was walking into a colonial. The Minister of Culture will have to help me. A colonial. It had too many vibes of that sense. And you know, I went home that day. And one of my black people that look like me text me. There's a woman that owed me money from my office, by the way. You need to buy brighter looking clothes. You gotta get some clothes for Parliament. That's what they're looking at. You believe it? I wore sleeveless dress today. The truth is to make a point. Because that system is still in us. Where all of the men here, calls, I'll forgive y'all, have to wear suits and ties in hot Barbados, the tropics. Where outside is 30 degrees, 32. You know why? Because we still have the white in our heads. My great-grandmother was white, so I'm not racist. But when will we get out of this? I will have on the jacket soon because it's cold. But my point is, we need to make our own culture. We need to understand what black people live through and what we need to fix. We have so much power. It's obvious in Barbados because we are the majority by nature. Don't tell me that we can't own black businesses when we are the majority. We got some of the brightest minds in here and outside. And we are being brought up to work for somebody. Somebody has to work for somebody, but we can do a lot better than we're doing now. Black lives has to matter to us. Not only to white people, Black lives has to matter to us. But I want to end by saying each person is unique, a unique expression of God, regardless of color, creed, shape, size. Each person is sacred. Each person is worthy and worth it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable for Christchurch West Central.
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I know, first of all, I want to lend my voice in extending condolences to my good friend, the reporter, photographer, Christoph Griffith, and Mr. Glenroy James, who were involved in a travesty of sorts yesterday. And I extend my sympathy, certainly on behalf of all the voices of Christchurch West Central, to the family. Mr. Speaker, I intend to be very brief tonight, and I'm sure if I go over the 8 minutes, 46 seconds that George Floyd was exposed to, that you would take the proverbial knee from my neck and allow me the other 21 minutes, 14 seconds. That is allotted for me. But the reality, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that, and it's unfortunate, that we, in the third decade of the 21st century, is faced with a debacle where the question of color, class, race, creed, religion will lend itself to a debate across the world. When the entire world was single focused and their lines were squarely on surviving a pandemic of sorts, referred to as the COVID-19 virus. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, black people around the world has been exposed to another pandemic: racism, discrimination, atrocities, genocide. They have been exposed to being disadvantaged in a system that is not fair, that is not equal. A system where only a selective few would have entered this august chamber. And as I locate my speech in this locale, I have to be mindful that we have come a long way as it relates to black persons. We have come a long way in the fight. And through the echelons of history, Mr. Speaker, sir, the reason why this conversation has become so worldwide is because one particular color and race has been put squarely under the microscope. And as Minister of Youth, I want to take this opportunity to thank the young persons in this country who has break the barriers as it relates to understanding the importance of marching, the importance of staying and fighting for something they believe in. We have a different group of young people, Mr. Speaker. We have a young generation who believe in fighting for their cause. They believe that they must be able to champion their destinies. They understand the idea of breaking the barriers. they understand the meaning of intestinal fortitude. They understand the meaning of blackness. And the reason why they have to redouble their efforts and fight the extra fight and go the extra mile. We have a group of young people who understand that in order for Barbados to be able to live beyond the horizon as we know it, that line which has significance as it relates to our history books, and as the Member of Parliament for Christchurch South alluded to earlier, a line that Christopher Columbus claimed that he discovered the countries in the Western Hemisphere. And I say claim, because as the member rightfully alluded to, and he's correct, when he elucidated to say that you can't discover something that was already there. So when we revisit history, we must understand that our young people must not see this line as a barrier. The line that separates the sea as we know it from the sky must not be seen as a barrier for them to explore the world. And we must provide equal opportunities for all our people, irrespective of race, color, class, or creed. So my simple message today, Mr. Speaker, is not only that Black lives matter. Mr. Speaker, all lives matter. All lives. And it's my clarion call to ensure that all Barbadians understand that whether black, blue, brown, or white, that we are fighting for the single existence for Barbados. And Barbados will not be defined and should not be defined by race, by classism, by economic ability. The only way we are going to survive as a country is if Barbados is defined by the collective efforts of every single Barbadian. That is the only way. And so to this extent, we now have to protect, Mr. Speaker, the unborn child, those who will lead the charge for Barbados over the next 100 years and beyond. As a poor black boy from St. Andrew, bordering on St. Joseph, come from Fruitful Hill, St. Joseph, and it has it's a rustic area in Fruitful Hill, St. Joseph. So somebody called me Jean Black Boy. Everybody know Jean Ford, a lady who's very vocal on all the calling programs. That's my mother, and I'm proud of her too as well as a poor black woman. Well, Mr. Speaker, I often refer to myself as a Christchurch Josephine, a man who came from St. Joseph and arrived in Christchurch. And the epicenter, of course, of Christchurch, West Central, a constituency I am dearly proud of. And I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, sir, that there are a lot of poor black young persons in Christchurch who are voiceless, who sometimes go off track, Mr. Speaker, who need that guidance. And I want to be an example, not only as an MP for those youngsters, but some person who would have walked that same journey. And I'm saying to them, once they keep on track, do the right things, fight the good fight, as we saw in the marches recently, that we can lift Barbados all together as a country. And I want to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir, this government, we have put measures in place. Because if you draw this philosophical line in the sand, there is no party that has championed social democracy in Barbados. None like the Barbados Labour Party. When it comes to the fight for the disadvantaged, those at the bottom of the spectrum, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Barbados Labour Party. And you can go back to all of the laws that we have passed in terms of social reform, and you can see that the Barbados Labour Party has a tangible stake in the lives of ordinary Barbadians. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, today I am proud as Minister of Youth, given the mandate from the Prime Minister of this country to build out our young people, not only in a literal way, but in a figurative way as well, in terms of the Building Blocks Project, where ordinary, poor, black, disadvantaged youngsters have the opportunity to have a commercial space in this country. The economists may call it the cyclical measures. I say today, in this August chamber, it is the only measure that I know in terms of empowering our young people, allowing them to put down the weapons of destruction and picking up the tools of empowerment. And that must be the message that is sent to every single black young Barbadian in this country. That we are going to engage them as a government. We are going to give them the opportunity to have a tangible stake in this country. And if you're serious about black person and about Black Lives Matter, we have to be serious about giving young persons the opportunity to shine. I know there's an August gentleman here who sang about black is beautiful. And when black ain't beautiful, is when we seek to destroy our own. That is when black is not beautiful. It is not beautiful when we ostracize those young people. That is when black is not beautiful. It is beautiful when you have some sexagenarians and septuagenarians in here that I am fond of. That I am fond of when they make their contribution.
That's an aside. Pay no attention to that aside.
When they make their contribution, Mr. W. But when black is not beautiful, is when, Mr. Speaker, we stop our young people from having the opportunity to live the Barbadian dream. That is what when black is not beautiful. Black is not beautiful, Mr. Speaker, when black persons cannot sit down in university and have the opportunity for free tertiary education. That is when black is not beautiful. And over the last 10 years, black was ugly. Some people may call it inartistic. I don't know the fancy words. I'm not a logophile like you. But black was not beautiful when you had an albatross around the necks of ordinary black Barbadians who were aspiring for a tertiary level education so they can climb the proverbial ladder. That is when black was not beautiful. But under this government and under my ministry, I have a mandate to make sure that black is beautiful. And that any color is beautiful, for the matter of fact, once you are a young Barbadian aspiring in this country. That is a simple message. But there has always been a fight with this particular race. A fight. A fight in the morning, a fight in the noon, a fight in the night. A fight. We had a lady, again in the beautiful constituency of Christchurch West Central, and the member of parliament for St. Michael South Eastport about her earlier, by the name of Shirley Chisholm, a congresswoman. who in the 60s fought hard and ran in America for black persons and ran for president as the first black woman in 1972. A woman who was nurtured in Vauxhall, Christchurch, whose roots in Naval Stream was buried in Vauxhall, certainly in the epicenter of Christchurch. And Christchurch West Central. And they have made a commitment in the not too distant future to honor her legacy. To honor her legacy, Mr. Speaker. And we are in the embryonic stages of having that discussion as to how, I don't mind the size, Christchurch West Central is the epicenter of Christchurch. The person who studied geography will tell you that, man. The epicenter of Christchurch. And I'm sure the 20,000 people who live in the constituency will say that the member of parliament is correct. We will honor Shirley Chisholm. We will give her her right in this geographical space in Christchurch and Vauxhall Christchurch, because she has made a significant contribution. She has been a fighter, an advocate for black persons when racism was at its worst in America. And her words, we've never given up the fight. And we will overcome. And I'm bought and I'm boss. Those are the words that must resonate in every single young Barbadian. And the elderly too, those in the twilight of their years. They know not being bought or boss. I'm sure the member of parliament for St. Thomas will tell you so. Like Shirley Chisholm, she is a teacher of sorts as well. Highly respected teacher. And the good people of St. Thomas understand and believe. I should say, understand and believe that she will continue to do a good job on their behalf, even in the twilight of her years. But Mr. Speaker, sir, we have to recognize those who would have walked the walk and took on the journey and the fight for our brothers and sisters. And I'm saying today, Shirley Chisholm must have that place in the history of Barbados. And I will do everything in my power. I will work with every collective senior of my being to ensure that her name is on the mouthpiece of every single young Barbadian in this country. And it's according to the Member of Parliament for St. Thomas, enshrined in the echelons of history. Yeah, that's what she said. You know, you can always learn from the elderly, Mr. Speaker. And I love the elderly. So I'm willing to learn from them. You should always listen to the Trojans and the mentors in this society, Mr. Speaker. If our young people are able to be nurtured by those children and the elderly in our society, then we have a better young population. That is what we have, Mr. Speaker. And we are encouraging those in the twilight of their years to give in terms of their experience and knowledge to our young people. Because black is not beautiful when you have young black men. And you are a lawyer, Mr. Speaker. You understand what I'm saying. To solve disputes resorting to violence. Black is not beautiful then. It is not beautiful when domestic abuse is primarily amongst one race in this country. Black is not beautiful. We have to set an example for our people. We have to bring them to a level of consciousness where they understand that what they do in this country is a reflection of Barbados. And how they react to circumstances shape the way how this country is seen in the international space. We have a country that I'm certainly proud of. And I can say, without a shadow of a doubt, Mr. Speaker, that the levels of racism in this country is absolutely low, if there is any at all. Because we have always had good leadership. And, Mr. Speaker, it will continue with the Member of Parliament, Professor Michael Northeast. Good astute leadership, fair leadership, a leadership that cares about every single person in this country, irrespective of race, color, religion, or creed. Well, Mr. Speaker, I am happy today to be able to call you, Mr. Speaker, as a black Rasta man. And I say so, Mr. Speaker, because it bothers me when in this country the police force has an archaic rule where the police women who wear dreadlocks must remove them or put on a wig so that they can fit into some type of norm, so they can be Europeanized in this country. When we talk about black being beautiful, these are the type of things, institutional changes, that we must make if we are going to be serious. Because black is beautiful when a young lady is able to wear her hair in its natural way, Mr. Speaker. And if the same rule had applied to this August chamber, probably the third oldest parliament in the Commonwealth, Mr. Speaker, I would not be able to address you today. I say it's wrong. I say so without apology. And I hope that we move with a pace to get this rule changed. Because when I see police women carrying out the duties in Barbados with a wig on because they can't show the natural hair, it hurts me to the core. Black is not beautiful, Mr. Speaker. So unless we are prepared for institutional change, where we recognize that the system must change, if there must be fairness across the board. And as I said just now, the discrimination that happened in the last decade, where ordinary black young men and women, white young men and women, who aspire to have a university degree so they can have social upliftment, help support themselves and their family. When you told them that they had to pay tuition at university, Mr. Speaker, black was ugly. And they lost dark black decade. And they make no apologies for saying so. You can't be serious about growing people. You can't be serious about educating our people and giving them a fair chance in this world. When you climb the ladder, you kick it from under your feet so that others cannot progress in this country. Black is not beautiful then. We have to be serious about this level of consciousness. Not only about the color of a person's skin, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir, but about a systemic change. Where we recognize that a lot of our laws are archaic and anachronistic and need serious review, so that every single person will be able to live their true identity and express themselves in the way how black persons are genetically inclined to. The way how we dance, the way how we dress. I heard a member of Parliament, St. Michael, for St. Philip North, speaking on it just now. In this hot tropical climate, we are expected to put on the heaviest suit. And she's a doctor and she understands full well the issues of hypothermia and dehydration. we can be serious when we are talking about black persons. But Mr. Speaker, as I said, it will be very short. We have a number of speakers to elucidate on this matter. But I want to leave you in this country in the words of Marian Anderson, and she was a gospel artist, American lady, a black American lady. And she said, no matter how big your country is, a nation is, no matter how big, it is no stronger, Mr. Speaker, than its weakest people. It is no stronger, Mr. Speaker, than its weakest people. And we know who the weakest people is referred to here. But as long as you keep those persons down, as long as you keep those persons down, some part of you, some part has to be down there holding on to those same people. The end result, Mr. Speaker, is that the entire country remains at the bottom of the chasm and cannot soar as you might otherwise expect it to. It basically means, Mr. Speaker, that when you keep a race down, you keep an entire country down. And Mr. Speaker, by extension, you keep an entire world at the bottom of the chasm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. James South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to join my colleagues in speaking on this matter of Black Lives Matter, and I want to congratulate the persons who have spoken before, because people have spoken from the heart, people have spoken with passion, and people have outlined how they feel about Black Lives Matter. As I thought about the topic, as I engaged the process that was unfolding across the world in response to the death of George Floyd, it took me back to an experience I had when I was at university. I do believe, Mr. Speaker, you were there at the time. I do believe so. And I remember a lecturer expressing frustration because he said, when you examine every part of the globe, black people seem to be oppressed by somebody else, no matter where you turn, where you look. And his voice begged the question, is there something inherent in us that causes us to be always under the knee of someone? He didn't use the term the knee, but cause us to be at the bottom of the pile. And I will tell you that that question disturbed me greatly. It disturbed me no end. And I remember purposing in my heart that one of the things I would do with my life was to dedicate myself to helping people to break free, to thrive, to prosper, to have opportunity, and to have a space in which they can be all that they can be. Because, Mr. Speaker, at the bottom of the problem that faces this world, the problem of racism, is the inability of the human to understand the importance of difference, the role that difference plays in human life and human existence, and we fall short in how we respond to it. Indeed, difference in the earth design is not an accident, but a very deliberate program designed to assist humans to be their best self. One, to create a place for each one of us to be needed because there's something we can bring nobody else can. And when we work cooperatively with each other, we're able to create new opportunities, create new growth, come up with new things, bring innovation. And what this would bring to the world is endless possibilities. And endless possibilities will help us to craft a new economics. We can shift from an economics of scarcity to an economics of abundance that recognizes that if we can develop the potential of every single human being, humans would always be innovating and creating, and that we would all be able to benefit from that which we create. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, some of us as humans were never able to rise beyond making the difference between ourselves and others, an evil in them, a defect that gave them license to treat that other person differently, to treat that person badly and still go into church and praise God. And Mr. Speaker, it is the work of generations sometimes to break these strongholds. And it's work that our generation has, because it's the inability to deal with difference that has given rise to fanaticism, sexism, ageism, and racism. Now, how do we change this? Martin Luther King Jr. famously said, "You will not solve the problem of begging by throwing a few coins in a beggar's cup, but rather you must address the system which consistently produces the beggar." And that is the work of our generation. Whether we are dealing here in Barbados with our health systems, how do we change how people eat so that they live healthy lives? This is one of the reasons why our ministry is not just the Ministry of Health, it's the Ministry of Health and Wellness. What are the changes we're going to bring to education? Because until we help people change how they're thinking, we cannot get them to prosper as we would. The question we have to ask each system is, how best can you serve the humans that you have been designed to serve? How can we best adjust what we're doing in the civil service, for example? How can we build systems that serve the people of Barbados, that help them to prosper and thrive and be their best self? This is the same question we have to ask in business. How can we shape business to help the consumer to prosper? So a new Barbados is going to require that our administration stay focused on our course of action, which is to bring empowerment to the people of Barbados, to look at those systems and bring change to those systems so that those systems begin to serve and free up Barbadians. One of the things that I think has captured my mind as I pondered and watched the video of the policeman with his knee on the neck of George Floyd, the casual, indifferent way in which it was done, as though this was an everyday occurrence. To me, it took my mind back to the work which is assigned to me. That is the work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Simply because it exemplifies what is happening at the international level, in the international arena. It was expressed here tonight by the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East. The truth is, with systems that are birthed and shaped in racism, those are going to flow from the family to the street to the community. It is going to flow from there into the boardroom. It's going to flow into the parliaments. It's going to flow into the Congress. And then it's going to shift onto the international platform with their rules and regulation. And sir, that entire chain that wraps the entire world system around is what is causing brown and black people in communities and in countries, causing them to gasp for breath, saying, "I can't breathe." It is the knee of the financial system in our necks that is withdrawing correspondent banking from this region. making it more and more difficult for us to do our transactions that would allow our economy to continue and grow. With the removal, with the shrinking of the space in correspondent banking, that is a knee in our neck. It is in an insurance system where you cannot get reinsurance, where we pay through our teeth to be able to protect the property that we've labored to purchase, but we can't insure it properly because of the cost of reinsurance. And it's not to say that having a banking system or an insurance system is wrong. I'm saying that however it is organized, however it is fashioned, whenever you look, the brown and black people of the world suffer the most from the administration of those systems because they were not designed to protect us and to prosper us. And sir, we see this at the international level, and whether you're talking about these small nations that have embraced international business, who now find themselves part of an international system that says to them, your business is illegitimate, you have to stop it because we say so. They bring rules and regulations that when we seek to meet them, whenever we meet them, they change the goalpost again. From the time we've come into office, we have been chasing behind those regulations. You see it, sir, in the demands that are made of us. Whether they're standards that they insist we must meet, regardless of whether we have the resources, regardless of whether we have the technical capability, and we must meet it in specific time frames, Mr. Speaker. So whether it's about our airport, that if it doesn't meet a standard, they're going to blacklist it. Whether it is about our port, whether it's about our tax system, everybody now wants to dictate and narrow our space for sovereignty, where we cannot choose how we're going to deploy our resources to benefit the people of a country, but we have to keep responding to these demands that no matter how fast you meet it, they change the goalposts and we're back in trouble again. That knee is constantly in our neck and we can't breathe. So, Mr. Speaker, it makes it extremely hard. For example, we are now looking at 2 schemes that we've established to support the formation of enterprises, to enable them to export. But there's a concern that these 2 schemes might not be compliant with international requirements. And our division in foreign trade is examining to see whether or not this is compliant, because without these schemes, it's going to be impossible for our enterprises to have sufficient capital, to have sufficient guaranteed credit, to be able to borrow that they can grow and export. So while we work hard with the youth entrepreneurship scheme, with the block entrepreneurship program, with the trust funds, with the Financial Literacy Bureau, without the capacity to give support to businesses and business people who, because of the same racism in history that shaped the economic landscape, that prevented us from participating in the wealth and benefiting from the hard work which we put in to build these nations, when we try to equalize the foundation that they can compete by offering credit guarantee, the international system says no, because it is not compliant. On the matter of subsidies, again, Mr. Speaker, you see the same problem. That countries are not supposed to subsidize various sectors because they say it would distort trade, it will unfair other entrepreneurs elsewhere. But that rule in practice is a rule only for developing countries, Because when we put in subsidies, we are deemed not compliant. They haul us before the various agencies and we find ourselves in problems. Yet developed countries across this globe, the big and the powerful, offer subsidies to their entrepreneurs, Mr. Speaker, and distort trade in a major way that makes it impossible. I think some of the most egregious are the agricultural subsidies, which make it impossible for farmers in developing countries to be able to compete with goods that are going to be so much cheaper than theirs, so that they not only cannot export, they have difficulty holding their own domestic market. And what does that do? It makes it impossible for these small nations to create food security, which is what we've been pursuing, recognizing how important it is that every country has food security. But according to The Economist, agricultural subsidies undermine the capacity of these small nations to be able so to do. In the writing of Peter Shelton, it consigns thousands to poverty and hunger. I think one of the most painful things for me this week was to read an article which has stated that in 2015, Britain finished paying off the £20 million loan that it took out in 1833 to compensate plantation owners for the loss of their slaves. So when in this chamber we talk about a parliament being used as an instrument of oppression, there was nothing more grievous to us than that. That here we were, the oppressed, the beaten, the tortured, the mutilated, the imprisoned, suffering for hundreds of years. And when it was ended, reparations were made, not to those who suffered, but for those who could no longer torture and imprison. And by 2015 of this century, they finished the loan. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'll be honest. When I thought of that, it did upset me. But then it brought to mind my colleague, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. Because it means that Britain was able to get a loan of £20 million, which in today's world would be £2 billion, and they were able to get a loan for 183 years. Imagine that. And we cannot get such a loan to help us out of our own problems. They cannot find it in their heart, in their human heart, to sit and do reparations properly, to do reparations in a way that demonstrates that they understand that they've done wrong and that they must do restitution for that which they have done. Sir, I want to be able to salute and honor those who, on being in the lockdown, watching George Floyd, for the moment had their hearts and minds captured by the scene that unfolded before them, that horrified them that this was being done in their name, that their nation could allow and tolerate such behavior. And I want to congratulate the people of America who have recognized that this is wrong. And I want to thank all those who stood up in the fight and who have identified with it, black, white, brown, coming from all walks of life. I want to salute the NASCAR competitors who stood with Bubba, and the athletes who were about to play a game and took the knee on behalf of Black Lives Matter in United States and had to have their eyes affronted by the spectacle of a plane flying over with White Lives Matter, as though that was in question or that was in doubt. But I want to say a thank you too to ambassadors and high commissioners here, people who come to represent their country here in Barbados. I'll tell you why. They come here to live and to work among us. But because of that interaction, they've come to learn about us. They've come to understand better our circumstances. They've come to understand how things affect us in a way that they could never appreciate sitting in their own home countries, sitting as a public service officer, a high-ranking public service officer in their capital. But by coming here, they've come to understand that which we face. And among them, we have found some that have become friends of Barbados. People who seek not to create a win-lose result, but people who recognize that it's time for a win-win. And I want to salute them for their support, for their championing of our cause. We need to have those who are challenged wherever we are, regardless of whether it's in the UN, whether it's in the OACP, OECD, IMF, World Bank, wherever they're champions. We're asking you to help to make that shift so that we can breathe again. I want to end by sharing about what is our responsibility then to ourselves and to our own generation. One of the things that has become clear to me by being involved in international trade, I realize that we have to stop playing the game as it is laid out. We have to stop playing in games that we cannot win. We have to stop looking for human saviors who do not come. We have to start questioning what is put in front of us, the rules, and start pushing boundaries. To break out from this does not require us to hate another person. What it requires is for us to recognize that we can look and establish what would be our own game and our own rules. It is about loving and affirming and celebrating ourselves, celebrating our design, our smarts, our intelligence, our creativity, our music. And that can only happen as we keep changing education, as we keep lifting up what is beautiful about ourselves. It is about the work that the Honourable Member for St. Philip West has been tasked to do, that culture must go beyond our music and our arts, but it must be about our values and the type of Barbadian that we want to shape. Sir, it's about telling our story loudly, proudly, carrying it across the world while enjoying the stories of others. It is the only way we're going to change our economic fortunes. Because if you do not celebrate that which comes from out of you, how can you offer it to the world? How can you stand behind it and fight for it to give it a place at the global table? We have to transform how we see ourselves so that in a result that would come as we do that, we would begin to see in Barbados a global fashion industry. We will see that black belly sheep industry taking off and having a wonderful leather goods industry that we can market across the world. We will be producing tropical, healthy foods that we can entice others with. And we can have an educational system that will help us produce people who will globalize our proud heritage. I want to commend CBC, Mr. Speaker, for that Sunday evening program called My Community. well designed, well packaged, pulling out the gems that we can celebrate about ourselves. We have to become the solution. And there are a number of things that we need to do to be a part of our own solution. One of the first things we have to do is to make our money work for us. And the financial literacy program will assist in going a long way in teaching us the things we need to do with our money. But I want to encourage Barbadians. It is not only about saving, it's not only about investing, but it's very much about where we actually spend our money and who we spend our money with. That if we can start to change that, it can make a difference. It means thinking about what happens to the money that you put in the banking system. That across this region, there are $51 billion in savings that is not being mobilized to build enterprises, that is not being mobilized to finance education, that is not being mobilized to finance infrastructural development to take these countries forward. That's another knee in our neck. And I want to encourage every Barbadian that when we have the opportunity to put bonds out on the table, to help support the development of the country and to advance CSME, to build the production capability for us to be able to strengthen our economies. I want them to take courage and invest in those bonds so that our money can do more than sit on a bank and catch a few pennies of interest, but rather it can create a future for their children, and that it could create a future for their old age, so that when they retire, they can retire in a nation that functions well and is capable of taking care of its elderly. So I want to encourage every single Barbadian. We have to work together, but you need to understand the plan. As the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast lays out the process by which we are going to take Barbados from where we are through this COVID moment and move on to prosperity, it's important for each Barbadian to understand there is a role for them to play and that they can prepare themselves by being a part of the National Transformation Initiative to become a star Barbadian and to find their place to be able to do what is necessary to make this a truly prosperous country. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your indulgence, and I want to express to you, as did my honourable colleague, how proud I am that you have had the opportunity to be Speaker of this House. Indeed, it is a breakthrough from the traditional, with its underlying racist tendencies, to allow you and give you the opportunity to be one of the best Speakers of the House that Barbados will have. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension until 8:30 p.m. 8:30.
Honourable Chamber stands suspended until 8:30 p.m. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended until 8:30 p.m.